Hey Gil,
So
how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Great day.
Great day. How are you, man?
I'm good. I'll share my screen. One moment. Okay, great. So first of all, thank you, Victor, and the entire FinOps Weekly community. And great honor to be in this kind of special event and conference. We've is especially happy, along with Cloud Dojo, to be a sponsor of to be a platinum sponsor of this event. And this session itself, as you can see, we'll talk about FinOps and AI. And what I would wish to provide here is a practical guide to actually handling AI cloud costs. So first of all, a little bit about myself. I'm 7 years in the cloud and FinOps space. I was the CTO of Pileus, which was acquired by Anadot. Today it is called Umbrella Cost. And for the past 2 years, I'm the co-founder and CTO of Wiv. About Wiv, so we see ourselves as the ultimate FinOps automation suite. This means if you would like to do some FinOps automation, we've got you covered in this. And this comes into place with a rich FinOps workflow automation, an AI agent for analytics and also actions in your cloud environment, a human approval loop. So the automation wouldn't be fully automated, so you could have still controlling it, and a rich case management, which allows the monitoring of this entire environment of automation. As it gets in scale, it is very important to see how everything goes along. So what's in it for you in this session? As I've mentioned, it's a session about FinOps for AI. So I would like you to understand what drives your AI cloud costs, some practical methods to cut spend without slowing the innovation of AI, learn practical approaches to see clearly where your AI spend is going, and discover ways to keep your AI cloud cost under monitor. And I think the important thing in this session is that it also comes in other areas in FinOps, but especially in AI, there is a really deep need for FinOps inside the engineering, inside the very early part of implementing a new AI feature. You will see that FinOps involvement, even in the code itself, is very important. So first, a short disclaimer. We're talking about FinOps for AI, not AI for FinOps. This means model and tokens-driven costs, AI visibility, AI cost visibility, engineering choices, and smart optimization. AI for FinOps would be AI tooling that would improve your FinOps behavior handling. So first of all, the challenge. As we all know, cloud AI costs are surging out of control. So there was a report that was published and mentioned that average monthly AI budgets are set to rise by 36% in 2025. And also public cloud is the second most adopted AI platform after generative AI tools. This means that after all of the licenses and using of Cursor, ChatGPT, Claude, and so on, costs of AI in the cloud are one of the most popular aspects of AI. And the last thing, which in my opinion is the most important, only 51% of teams feel confident in their ability to measure AI ROI. This means that we implement AI features without knowing for sure that we're getting the right ROI for it, and we will see some reasons behind it, behind this vector. So why is this happening? Before we dive in to the reasons, first let's understand the pricing structure of AI, and we will have AI costs in the cloud, and we will take AWS Bedrock as an example. So first of all, we have a base formula. The total cost of the pricing of Bedrock comes from input tokens times the model rate. Model is like the LLM model, plus the output tokens times the model rate. And it is charged per 1,000 tokens, and rates vary by model type. As you all know, cloud have different pricing approaches, and so as AI cloud costs. So here we have the on-demand, which you all know, the provision, which you probably recognize from DynamoDB, from other AWS services, and batch, running AI LLM queries in a batch form. In addition to it, we have a few cost factors. As I've mentioned, the model type, storage, which certain features of Bedrock needs, data transfer that we all know, and regional pricing. So let's take an example, a request to Anthropic's Claude model to summarize an input of 11 tokens to an output of 4K tokens. If we will measure this example, the total amount of it will be 0.184, which is a lot. It's for one query. So if you will take this cost and scale it and think of it like in a fully deployed feature with lots of customers, this query can, this basic equation can cost you a lot if you're not careful with the handling of it, or if you're not planning it correctly. So a few very obvious but important observations from what we just saw. First of all, just to clear things, it's input tokens plus output tokens. So people tend to think, okay, so I've inserted a really large input token, and this what causes me the high price. But the fact is that input token price is much less than the output token price. So we need to also take care of the output structure, and we will cover it in the next slides. And of course, models price can range significantly. So see the difference between Claude Sonnet 4 and Amazon Nova Pro. It's a really high difference, and think how much cost can you save just with these different models. So looking at this pricing model, we can see that this rise in AI cloud cost doesn't just happen in coincidence. And we can identify two main drivers that does it. So the first one is by the organization itself, how companies adopt and handle AI. And the second one is technical, how systems and models are built and used. So let's cover them. So organizational drivers comes from the following things. So first of all, AI hype and overuse. We have some kind of pressure, some companies, not everyone, to add AI everywhere. We have an idea, we have a new feature. Okay, let's see how we can add AI to it. Sometimes we think we will put AI, we will say, okay, we're going to use AI, let's think of which feature can use it. also, we have sometimes a silver bullet thinking. We believe that AI can solve any problem. So it's around the same as the first bullet. We have some kind of an issue or a feature. Okay, AI can solve it. And in this area of AI can solve it, sometimes the solution process, the fast process is, okay, AI can solve it. For us, this matter is solved and we will use AI for it. This helps us to do a quick win of the problem, but in the long term, that's not right. It doesn't mean that the AI should have been used. Second thing is for organizational drivers are uncontrolled MVPs. So I don't know if you've witnessed it in your organization, but AI experiments scale much faster. So a developer can try a new feature that combines AI, and real quickly this feature can rise into high costs. And then the next step of it is that this experiment or this POC becomes a production without a clear goal and cost planning. And you know how production hits you hard. And for like a few days running this POC that on a dev environment was running even with not that low cost, but relatively good costs, let's say. In production, it blasts, and you suddenly see a really rise cost because of this. So this also a really important thing to check. And lastly, shadow AI, which could happen in several organizations, just that a certain developer or I don't know who uses AI cloud spend without kind of a direct scope or a feature scope, and it just goes without noticing. Next is technical drivers. So the first one, which is the most trivial one, is token explosion. And when we think of token explosion, we immediately think, okay, we have long prompts, and that's right. And long prompts are the one of the reasons that causes this token explosion. But there are additional things that can contribute to it, like this anti-pattern of accumulated conversation history. So what exactly, say you have a feature of a chat, AI chat, and instead of keeping the conversation in a session, each time the user writes a new message inside the same chat session, you will add this conversation into the chat itself, into what is being sent to the AI. And this way, the context and the prompts are getting very large, instead of just keeping what was already the history itself in the session of the LLM itself. Next thing that can cause token explosion is retries and loops. So for us at Wiv, we also developed an AI agent, and one of the things that we've seen that sometimes when a user query our agent, it goes into a loop of retries. It tries different tools, and these tools fail, so it tries different other tools, and this one also fail until it succeeds. So this pattern of retrying and failing costs you a lot. So it's something that needs to be taken care of to limit the loop and to check also why the tool is failing. And in addition to it, no token guardrails, no max token limits, no timeouts, no retries budget. This also creates a token explosion. Model usage. So model usage is combined first from model choice bias. We always default to the largest model. Why? There is a big announcement of the new, fastest, strongest model. We think that for us, this is the trivial choice, and we will almost immediately convert to this model inside our implementation. But as expected, this model comes with the most highest cost. So we need to take this into account. Also, over provisioning. Sometimes let's take even this, the first example. Sometimes the largest model for us is the default model for any task that we have on our system. So even if it's the smallest task, like a short summary of text or generating some query, I don't know, we default to the largest model instead of matching the right model for this task. And lastly, for model usage, is that we don't need to use a model all of the time. So we can use code logic. So sometimes, and it goes to the organizational drivers, the default thing is to use LLM. But instead of it, we can think of how we can solve it with code logic, and it will be faster and cheaper. So this was the organizational and technical drivers, and what can we do about it? So as I've mentioned in the start of the session, engineering can do a lot of it. It's the first layer, and it's how we design, call, and optimize the LLMs. But also we have a very, I would say, a classic FinOps layer of how we track, allocate, and control the AI spend. So let's see it in action. So on engineering, we will focus on 3 aspects: call reduction, prompt engineering, and choose the right model. Call reduction, the equation is simple. Fewer LLM calls means lower costs. It's obvious. So as mentioned, code first approach. Not everything needs to be solved by AI. We need to challenge this assumption, and we need to think how we can use simple code logic instead of certain LLM calls. Second thing we can do is group or batch calls instead of multiple small ones. We could also use AWS Bedrock as we've seen, because it has a oriented pricing for this kind of calls. And of course, the cheapest AI call is the one you don't need. Prompt engineering. So again, it's very trivial, but I think the system prompt and the task prompt that we use for LLMs is the basic, but the most important thing that we need to go and iterate and try and make it as accurate as we can. Because this, in the essence, affect the cost and the output and many things inside this AI cost domain. And in this area itself, of course, we don't want to neglect how we structure and limit the model response. As you remember, the output tokens are pricier than the input tokens. So if we forgot on how we want to structure the output, we actually neglect the higher part of cost from our AI costs. And one very cool technique that we can also use inside the prompt engineering is prompt caching. So prompt caching saves part of your prompt in a temporary cache. It could be static parts like the system instruction, the context, maybe documents, and you benefit first from the token costs and also the latency because the model already caches the context for it, and it will work faster because it doesn't need to process the entire system prompt again. Lastly, choosing the right model. Avoid strongest model bias, as we've mentioned. Hold the temptation to use the strongest model, the newest model, until careful examination of it. Map models per task. Use dynamic model routing to pick small, medium, or large based on complexity. By the way, it doesn't have to be by complexity. It could be even by customer even or a feature. Apply some kind of a model routing. Don't use the just default for everything and one strong model for everything. FinOps. So as you can see, FinOps aspects are relatively known. We're talking about visibility, budget control and alerts, guardrails, and automation. And let's dive in. So visibility, as you might know, we first need attribution. And we want to map spend of the AI costs to apps, teams, tenants, and so on. One example for it is using AWS inference profile, where you can create inference profile based on any attribute you would want. So you would know how much you're spending per usage, and you can assign the LLM that you're using, the model, to the tag itself. And this thing itself, this single thing, can create attribution along many profiles and different aspects of your organization. Second thing in visibility is AI cost efficiency ratio. So we can measure AI costs per business metrics. And what I mean by this is first, think of it like the AI interaction per the feature in your organization. So if, for example, I have a very small feature which is AI interaction cost me a lot, maybe it doesn't need is efficiency, maybe it's not right. Maybe I need to switch to a different model because it's a small feature, because it's something that costs me too much and it's not effective business-wise. I need to ask myself if this is the right way that I'm using. And the same for customer. If I have like a very small customer, let's say, but his AI spend is very high, maybe I need to switch to a different model. Maybe I need to do some configuring for this specific customer, or the opposite, by the way. If it's a very big customer with AI needs, maybe I need to upgrade the model. Budget control and alerts. Of course, we want to set limits and thresholds on AI cloud costs. This will allow us to first to set the boundaries and to see for the R&D teams that are developing to see what are their limits and where do they need to work with the models itself. And of course, once these limits hit, we want to trigger the alarms for it so we would know about it. Guardrails and automation, it's kind of like the control the budget a lot, but on the infrastructure level, we want to apply rate limits to the model itself to enforce quotas. And we can automate by governing the environments and projects, checking for each environment, for each project, what was the AI cloud costs, checking if there is some kind of an anomaly. And we can do this for each feature, for each environment, for each project, for each customer. And we can also apply a low-value model discovery, so we can check AI workloads with high cost but low business usage, and again, shut them down or switch model for it and see the efficiency of them. So key takeaways of what we've just seen, what we've covered. First of all, the challenge we see, the AI costs are really rising up, and we don't know, we're not sure of the ROI of them. We saw that the drivers for it are first from the organization itself. We have AI hype, we have uncontrolled POCs and shadow AI, that we need to first understand if AI is the right solution for what we're implementing. And when we agree that this is the right solution, we need to prepare and think what is the right way to do it. And from technical aspect, we saw how token explosion hits and how we sometimes use inefficient model choices that drive our expenses. The solution, as presented, is a unified FinOps engineering strategy. First of all, on the engineering level, we have a lot of options to reduce the LLM cost, even in the code level itself. This is why I've said that in this kind of FinOps domain, FinOps needs to be applied very early when a feature is implemented. And after the feature was deployed, we want to govern with FinOps to map the AI costs with the right attribution. And of course, to implement budget alerts and automated guardrails to prevent runaway spending. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's give some reactions to Gil for the awesome presentation.
Thank
I
you.
think it was great. So there are some questions in the chat already. That one is that if you have a guide to estimate cost of an AI solution, that says, Victor, I see that this is based on codes on tokens, right? So what are your approach to this AI solution cost?
So I think we need to do a controlled experiment on the POC level and to understand and to try to anticipate what will be and to ask the right questions on the development phase. Sometimes we really rush to see that it is working. AI supply the solution, and then we say, okay, on production it will be okay. But we need to ask the right questions on the development phase, the right FinOps questions. And again, boundaries, and there is a lot of what if it jumps to this, and these questions lead to the right experiments. The reason it depends on the feature itself, but asking the right questions is the first step for it.
Okay. Yeah, that's asking the right question, and considering if the initiative is worth it is something that
Mhm.
definitely is something valuable to do. And then the other one is more. It's not about really about AI, but cost data from Azure is always a day too late. How can I alert when it's happening? I don't know if you have. You'll probably have some inputs on there, but
I think cost alert is like a cost latency is something that we're all familiar, mostly on the end of the month and the start of the new month. Um, I think that once we hit this alert, or we found this alert, the problem is not the 1 or 2 days. It's like a much deeper problem. So uh, I don't know what is the exact delay, but if it's like a 1 or 2 days, I think it could be observed. But it's a known problem. Uh, we we need to know it as soon as possible, even if it's late a few days. And I think automation is like one of the ways to be aware of it, and to once even if it's late, like a few days, we need to know immediately when it's ready. When even if it's
Mhm.
late, so if you don't have the right triggering solution for it and knowing about it, it could pass a few weeks and you just notice it accidentally. So we need to acknowledge it and always um, monitor.
That's it. Yeah, totally. I think also that with the budgeting and setting those thresholds, and as you mentioned, automation, be ready as soon as I can. It's something that is super valuable for not
Mhm.
getting out of budget soon. So another question by Hamish is: I have seen a few AI implementations where revenue has not been tied to consumption and therefore cost. As such, return has been highly dependent on adoption. So, how have been people trying to project and understand the adoption curves or the or customer population behavior? So, basically, I think to summarize a bit is how have you seen, or how can people do the connection between the cost and the real business value that an AI application is giving to the company?
Yeah, so I think it's something that we've covered in this session. First
Hmm.
of all, the AI services of the cloud providers provide certain mechanism to apply attribution. So once you can apply attribution, you can start colorizing areas of your AI cost. If this is this feature and and this customer or this team that is using the AI. And second thing is that we need to measure it and to see the usage of I don't, we need to provide some kind of we call it on the presentation the AI efficiency score uh, per AI feature to see how much it is being used on a business level and how much it costs us on AI cloud cost level, and create some kind of a ratio, and then start to compare all of these features to start seeing numbers and to see which one has the highest ratio or lower ratio, and to understand if it's beneficial or not.
That's correct. Yeah, I think that, or and some people say, yeah, or use time a real time solution. Definitely.
This was for
Um,
for
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
previous question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely, I think that it's one of the most difficult parts, but yet is, as you mentioned in the presentation, and you mentioned now, it's one of the most important.
Mhm.
Because if you disconnect yourself, like your company, from the value that you're getting from the development, and you are not able to provide that,
Mhm.
definitely you need a way to standardize how to get value from that. And Another one from Ajit is: are there any FinOps challenges you have seen over AI producing non-deterministic output and AI hallucinated? And are there any FinOps solutions to catch it sooner and avoid cost?
I haven't seen like FinOps solution that catches the hallucination of the AI. We did seen like on our solution anomalies and catch the anomalies of AI model usage on several of our customers that was not aware that suddenly they've used a certain model and the cost of it was so high in like someday it started to peak really high, and they're just not aware of it. And then when we've informed them, they consider the chain of thoughts that I've mentioned. Is it the right model that we need? Maybe we need a weaker model to provide additional cost, and the entire process of improving the FinOps process that was applied into this AI usage.
Okay, I think that's anomaly. Okay, let me just mark it as answer.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think let's see if we have additional questions in there. If you have any other questions, please feel free to use the Q&A section. And in the meantime, we are going to see if then the following panelist will join. And that's it. So thanks, Gil. Anyway, while we wait for
Thank you.
additional questions for the session, I think it was very insightful. Regarding you've asked about the presentations. Yeah, we'll try to get all of them after the event. I will try to share them. So definitely, we'll try to, you can get all the value that Gil and the rest of the panelists will show us today. So another question from Marty in the chat is: a recent MIT research paper indicates that organizations are not realizing about 90% of their AI implementations, the value of them. I see a majority of professionals agreeing with that. We keep too technical at MVP level without considering industrial scale for the level of data governance, legal. What are your thoughts? What are you seeing in the customers about the level of production usage of AI, and how much value are they getting from it?
Yeah, it's an aspect that I've touched on the presentation itself. So on the paper that I've mentioned, like it was like that more than 50% are not happy or doesn't see a low ROI of AI usage, and it's like I think it also combined with the hype of AI. We now want to use AI. Everyone wants to use AI and then think how it helped us, and this causes this confusion. And I think it's really important to carefully check how we use it, and also of course the cost of it. But even before the cost, on the engineering level, to ask ourselves, okay, do we need AI for this? And if we need AI, on which way? Do we throw the entire prompt or the entire action that we want to the AI and let it do everything? I can do a spoiler. No, it will not work, and it will cost a lot. We need to deep dive on each feature and to resonate the usage of AI for it. So I definitely agree with this paper, and I think it's a phase that the AI and the industry is going through right now, because the pace of everything is just too fast. And I don't know if it will stabilize, but this is the effect of this AI train.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, there are certain things that you can easily do it, but a lot, I think, especially in enterprise, given the amount of, data and consumption that you get, you need to carefully test it out and measure the cost and the value that you are getting in POC levels. And then evolve, because I think, most of it is testing and, spending and all of that, but some people are probably testing like in production level stuff without measuring in an early stage or in a staging situation, which it's okay to spend same as any other application, but you need to make it in a controlled environment before going into prod, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So thanks once again, Gil, for that. Or you can continue to
Thank
ask
you.
questions in the chat. So you can and Gil can answer. Same for the following presentations. And we are now a bit early on the schedule, but we can move to Donal to do the presentation. I have you over here, Donal. So let me move you. Request video initiative.
I think, am I here? Am I live?
Yep.
I'm in Victor. Oh, great stuff. Will I share? I'll share the slides.
Yeah. Please go
perfect.
ahead.
Great stuff.
Yeah, thanks
so much
for being here.
No worries. Thanks for having me. I've come a long way. I think it's about over a year ago when I joined my very small, very rubbish YouTube channel. So it's amazing to see what you've grown from there. I'm going to talk to you all today about rate optimization, because that's what I do all day, every day. And I'll talk about the two big levers that are there. There's the enterprise level, so your EDP, your MAC or enterprise agreement that you sign with the hyperscaler, and then the commitment discounts as well. So that's what the focus of my talk today. In terms of a little bit about me, so I'm a recovering accountant, so a chartered accountant for about 10 years before seeing the light and moving away from that, moving into sourcing analytics, being more future focused, saving costs before they happen, as opposed to saying that was a really bad month or quarter. Then from there, I kind of fell into FinOps as an in-house practitioner, and then I moved over to the consulting side. So all day, every day, I look at multiple customers and try and optimize for their rate to drive the maximum return from their cloud investment. So with that in mind, breaking the cloud bill down to its very first principles, you've got, at its simplest level, you've got usage and rate equals your bill. So the less you use, the less you pay, the less your unit cost is, the less you pay. And I know it's not quite as simple as that, but it helps my brain anyways to think about what's my wheelhouse, what am I focused on, and for the purpose of this, it'll just be that rate element that we're trying to drive. So without further ado, the two levers that sit within that. So you've got the enterprise agreement, which is every 1, 3, 5 pick year period of time. You sit down with your hyperscaler and you say, I'm going to spend this amount over this period of time. What's it worth you? What discount rate are you going to give to me? This is a very large, cumbersome process, and it typically goes all the way to the top of the organization, depending on how big your cloud bill is. But if you're in FinOps and if you're involved in this, chances are you probably have a decent level of spend. So this might be something that's on your radar. So the key thing here is to it's kind of like they say about voting, vote early and often. It's kind of engage early with the discussion. You don't want to be trying to pull together your forecasts or your projections with the commitment coming up for renewal the next month. This is where we need to engage with the procurement or sourcing folks to bring them into the tent, because they'll be the ones hammering out the finer details, but they're not living and breathing the cloud every day, so they might necessarily understand all the nuance. So doing things like regular forecasting, budgeting on a monthly, weekly, daily, whatever your cadence is basis will help when an email drops in your inbox saying, what do you think our spend is going to be over the next 5 years? at least you've got some methodology in place that you can kind of start to build on. The key with the enterprise agreement piece is when you give a number, you want it to be as accurate as possible. And what I mean by that is it's twofold. You don't want to commit, for example, to $10 million and you only end up spending 5, because what that means at the end of that term, you have to find that $5 million somewhere. So you're kind of committing to spend that amount of money over that period of time. The flip side of that is you don't want to under project your commitments. So if you have commitments, if for example you say I'm going to spend $10 million and you spend 15, well, maybe you would have got a better discount if you thought that you were going to spend 15, if you told them you were going to spend $15 million over that period of time. So it's all about trying to be, you don't need to be perfect, but it's kind of reducing the variability as much as possible in kind of arming, sourcing, and procurement to negotiate the best deals possible. So that's kind of real macro, once in a blue moon piece where it might come into effect. The other piece that's probably more applicable to FinOps practitioners is around the commitment-based discounts. This is your reserved instances, your spots, your committed use discounts, your savings plans. So this is where you're making daily, hourly, monthly micro adjustments to your commitments to maximize the savings return that you can get for your variable usage. An important point to note, and I'll just go into the beauty of FinOps in the cloud, is that everyone's a little bit different. And I suppose that's part of the reason that we all might be kept in a job for a little bit longer and the AI bots won't quite kick us out just yet. But when you think about the different cloud providers, the order that the discounts get applied vary very slightly. So when it comes to AWS, for example, your EDP discount, how they work it is you have your committed-based discount, so your RI or savings plan, you get that saving, and then the EDP or the enterprise discount program gets applied as a billing construct. So you effectively get 2 discounts from Amazon. So it's the most straightforward, and I suppose typically that's why when I look at the customers I work with, we typically see a much higher level of coverage with AWS than the others, because it's you save what you've covered and you also get the EDP. You're not kind of messing it up. Where the nuance and difficulty comes in would be more around the Azure and the GCP area, where the enterprise agreement and the discount that you get there gets applied, or you get the RI savings plan or code. You don't get both. So it's important to know what your discount, you need to even be tighter aligned with your procurement, because I suppose when it comes to AWS, it doesn't really matter it matters, but it doesn't really matter to a day-to-day FinOps practitioner's operations what the EDP percentage is, because you're not getting in each other's way. But when it comes to the other two, you need to know what's the discount rate that you're getting for that agreement by service, because the common example used is managed disk for Azure. Typically, for most decent-sized customers, the MAC discount, the discount that you get at an agreement level from Azure is greater than the discount that you get if you bought an RI. So in that case, you could have gone to the effort of doing the analysis, purchasing a reservation for managed disk, and you're actually getting a lower percentage than if you did nothing. And that's why we typically see a lower level of coverage when it comes to Azure and GC. So it's an important thing to know, to be familiar with the documentation and also familiar with your agreement and how those discounts are broken down. So that's the big macro level. And then looking at the lower level, I suppose this is where people are probably more familiar with, and this is the committed-based discounts. You've got, broadly speaking, you've got 3 categories. You've got spot instances, which at their base level are excess capacity that the hyperscalers can give you at a discounted rate. The fact that they're giving it, that you're kind of choosing these machines at a discounted rate, means there is some limitations around potential interruptions. So maybe someone actually wants that machine now, and you're just kind of borrowing it on this spot instance, you'll get notified and then you'll get kicked off. So you need to be very careful about what type of workloads you put on these spot instances. generally dev and test and workloads that can stand interruption. So having that understanding of the portfolio of workloads that could be candidates for this is important. You definitely don't want to put production on it. The central tier, where we see a lot of the commitments, is around the savings plans or spin-based cuts if you're GCP. The savings plans are a really powerful tool, and they're being pushed by all hyperscalers because it's a lot easier to understand. It's, for example, I commit to spend $10 an hour on compute for the next 1 or 3 years. So it's pretty simplistic. And the beauty of it is it's really flexible. So for example, when it comes to AWS, not only does it cover your EC2 compute, but it covers EKS, ECS, and Lambda as well. So, and it'll flow to all regions, all operating systems, all tenancies. So it's quite flexible in that regard. The downside, and I suppose the thing that's not in the flashing banner at the top when you log into the consoles, is that you're locked in. So if you commit to, it's kind of like an EDP or an enterprise agreement. Once you commit to a savings plan, you are committed to a savings plan. So if you've bought a $10 an hour savings plan for 3 years and your usage drops and you only need $5 an hour for the remaining year and a half, tough luck. You're paying that $10 an hour savings plan. So that's the balance that you're always trying to strike. And I suppose that's why often we see coverage for savings plans typically might be 60, 70, maybe 80%, depending on the stability of the workload. The third leg in the stool then is around the reserved instance piece, where you've got the reservations or the RIs or the CUDs. And here it's kind of another take on the commitment, whereas the savings plan is spin-based and more generic. This is where you get more specific. So you're picking a machine type in a region with a platform and a tenancy. So you are kind of losing flexibility in terms of you are picking exactly what you are covering, but you do get some flexibility then in another regard. And that's when, for example, when it comes to standard RIs, there has been some changes, but you do have the ability to sell some of those on the secondary marketplace. Convertible RIs, if you modernize infrastructure, you can make changes there. And there's a few other with Azure, you can swap RIs for savings plans. With GC, you can move projects. So there, you do have more flexibility in terms of, I suppose, getting out of the commitment than you do with the savings plan. But it is more onerous and it does take a bit more management, and you can't just set it and forget it. There's a little bit more to it. So then moving on to the last piece, I don't know, I should have had more of a track on how I'm going with time. I don't have any Oscar music playing, but I'm sure Victor kicked me off if I needed to. What are the next steps? What's kind of actionable here? First off, I suppose, talk to procurement or sourcing. They don't bite, I promise. I used to work in that department. They're lovely people. By looking up your org chart and dropping someone a note, you can ask the simple question, do we have an enterprise agreement? When are they up for renewal? What's our burn rate? And that might be, when is the agreement looking to finish? How much are we purchasing every month? Are we on track to be over or under? And how does that look? Because the earlier you engage in that discussion, the better outcomes you can get, because there is always an option to push some software renewals, for example, through the hyperscaler marketplace, and that can count towards your commit. So instead of having to cut a check for the differential, you could, like, the procurement person will still buy what they wanted to buy, but they buy it in a way that it meets another commitment that they have. So it kind of helps. It also builds that bridge when it comes to understanding, could we leverage those software renewals through the marketplace in the future? So it could help with your wider FinOps strategy. The second group that you could potentially engage with is the engineers. And I know there's a lot of engineers on this call, smarter people than me. I'm an accountant, and they build this stuff. And like, if I always say that, like, if no one's going to shout at them if something's 5 or 10% more expensive, but if production falls over, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. So you don't want to send them a spreadsheet. What you do maybe by doing some of the heavy lifting to analyze the workloads, see what could potentially be a candidate for spot instances as an example, and having done a lot of the heavy lifting with the proposal might be a worthwhile discussion. Also, you could talk about architecture, like what silicon are you using? Is it beneficial to move from, for example, M5 to M6G? So AWS give a discount for moving to their most to their own silicon, but then that involves refactoring. Is the engineering team looking to refactor anyways, and is this something that could be a consideration? Just having those kind of high-level dialogue. Nothing has to come from it. There doesn't have to be a set agenda, but even establishing that relationship will make a big difference. The last piece then is just take action. Do something. Not something too dramatic, but just take a small action, whether it be buying a very small savings plan, just to see what it looks like. How does it appear in your billing? Can you see the utilization? Can you see the savings start to flow through? Then based on that, could you maybe look at a layered strategy, which is where you buy a little bit every month, every couple of months, every week, depending on the size of your environment or how much risk you want to take at a time. Just by doing those small little actions, you'll start to see that it grows, the savings might grow, and then you're kind of building more traction to be a bit bolder, braver, and expand your scope and your understanding. But the key thing is just to start. The last piece then is maybe trial the convertible RI or resource-based CUD or a reservation in Azure. Just again, something small, just to see, look at the usage pattern, make a decision to buy something really small and start to see some return and see if there's a use case then to build something further. And I think that's me. I think I was about on time, maybe a bit quick, but thanks for having me, Victor.
Thanks. It was great. So please give some applauses on the chat for Donal. I think it was an amazing talk. You talked about one of the probably most relevant topics in FinOps together with some of what we are going to talk today, which is the commitments. And we have a lot of questions in the chat. I'm going to try and see if I have one sec, because I have about yeah, I'm going to start about to rate the talk just for our reference and just for getting feedback. I think this one was amazing, so please feel free to do so while we address the questions for Donal. Okay, so let me go to the questions and let me take a read with that. I have too many screens open, so it's amazing. So the first one is, I see you talking about AI, but Microsoft is already pushing MCA contracts now to replace EA, and that impacts actually a lot of clients in Europe. Any recommendations on that? That's the first part of the question, and we'll continue with the other.
Yeah, I suppose Microsoft's a big beast. If it's moving in a certain way, it's kind of a case either you're on the bus or you're under it. So there's not a whole pile that can be done around that. I suppose the main thing is look at the terms of the two being offered and see, is there any clauses within the EA that you look to rely on, and see if they can be transferred across to the MCA. It wouldn't be an area that I spend a lot of time in, but from the smarter procurement people that I've dealt with in the past, that's a key takeaway that they would have.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think there are a lot of experts in the community, so feel free to reach out in the Slack as well about it if you have any more doubts. I have treated it a couple times in the newsletter, so there should be info on that. Continuing with the same question from Malek, is that also SP savings coming from AWS console are false. They integrate systemically EDP savings on plus of SP savings, which is not correct. So important to highlight from a FinOps perspective when calculating the run. So I'm not sure if you have experimented like some misalignments or when you are accounting with EDPs and SP savings in the past, Donal, that you can reflect on this.
I kind of understand where you might have difficulty with the SP recommendations. I suppose important things when you look at them is they're not just covering their EC2. So sometimes you might think, geez, that number is really high. We're not spending that on EC2, but it might be a case the fact that you've got a lot of ECS, EKS, and Lambda built in there. I don't fully understand a bit about integrating with the EDP savings piece, because that's just a a kind of a billing construct that you do at the savings plan applied at this level, and then the EDP is applied when you get the invoice. So I'm not quite fully getting that second part, but it's yeah, that's something I'd like to understand a little bit more.
Yeah, so you can, Malek said it can explain later. Maybe you can chat directly in the Zoom meeting, so you can get more information. Okay, so continuing on with the following question is: you mentioned private pricing with AWS. What type of services do these generally cover?
Again, such a cop-out answer, but it depends. What I've seen before is, for example, a company I used to work with, they used a lot of Outpost for their edge computing, and that was a big area of spend. And AWS were looking to push that at the time as well, so they got more favorable discounts there. So if there is one particular service that you're using that's maybe a little bit outside of the norm, and you've got a material spend or plan to do more in that space, that's maybe an area that you could look when you're at the negotiating table to look for an enhanced rate on top of the general discount that you would get. So it's just picking your battle on that. What's the thing that'll make a difference?
I think that's a very good answer, man. Continuing with the following one, do AWS and Azure still offer RIs? I thought they were prioritizing more savings plans over reserve instances.
Yes, they are very much still there. I know Azure put the cat among the pigeons. I think it's about a year ago where they were saying that they weren't going to allow the exchange, because with Azure at the minute you can exchange your RI for your savings plan if it's going underutilized, as an example, or else you can buy something different. But there was talks previously of them doing away with that. They got massive backlash and they rode back on that. So I don't know if that is going to come back again or not, or if they got burned so badly by the initial backlash that they're not going to touch it again. So there is that piece. So that's very much there. In terms of the AWS piece, in terms of standard RIs, they did make some changes at the start of 2024, I want to say, where I might get a bit technical here, but if there's like volume discounting applied, and it kind of puts some limitations around reselling standard RIs on the secondary marketplace. Being a little bit skeptical, that's probably because the standard RI has the best savings right there. So they want to kind of make it a little bit harder, and they offer discounts in different ways with the EDP. So the standard RI has been restricted. Around convertible RIs, they're very much alive and kicking. The only limitation that might be coming down the pipe in the future is that some newer generation machines mightn't be coverable by the convertible RI. But like anything, it's always like the best strategy. It's like an investment portfolio. You don't want to put all your eggs in the savings plan basket. You don't want them all in RIs either. Just a balance between them all is probably the optimal.
Yeah, that's a thoughtful answer. I think that you need to balance and you need to adapt, even though there are some movement is that the savings plans and this flexible compute is getting preference over the other stuff. So continuing on with another question is: do you investigate the commitment beforehand? Especially the prepaid commitments can be mystical. So what's your approach to this?
The prepaid bit is interesting. The all upfront and the partial upfront. When it comes to Azure, there's no benefit of paying for it upfront. You'll probably just make your accountants angry that you're impacting their cash flow. But when it comes to AWS, I can't be sure on GC. I'm not a whole pile sure, but I know on AWS you do get additional discount by doing a partial upfront or an all upfront. I know for an all upfront, it depends on the platform that you're using. So if it's Linux, it's an extra 5%, Windows is 3%. SQL is not worth your while because they only give you 1%. And but that prepayment piece, in terms of investigating it beforehand, the best thing to do, the tooling of the hyperscalers is quite good. You can look at the historic usage that's there, see the stability, and just buying a portion of it, and then they've got some really good visualizations around the utilization, and you can see what's happening. But I would recommend slow and steady. Don't swing for the fence straight away, because you'll get burned fairly quickly, and you won't want to go back again.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so Then one of the last questions, and then we'll probably move to the following talk. Then there is probably the rest of the questions you can answer them on directly on the Q&A section. So, in your opinion, is better to use one provider, or there is a suggestion to use several providers depending on the context? In this case, regarding your experience, what is your the best combination of providers? What are thoughts on multi-cloud or single cloud, or what have you experiments on your side?
Massively cop-out answer, but it depends massively again, like, because the workloads and the application and the use case are so very different. Also, the size of the business, like maybe one hyperscaler might be they always want to take business off one another. So it's always beneficial to have a little bit of a leg in a couple of camps, because we say, okay, which portion of my workloads could I legitimate, or microservices aren't monolithic, that might potentially move across, and that's a stick that you can use to beat one with at the time of your EDP renewal, and likewise you can do the same the other way. So just playing them off each other might be the way to go. But again, the differential there, is it worth the hassle of maintaining a multi-cloud environment? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Is always a question there.
Yeah, I think it's probably the largest. It depends, and it really needs your business case to be analyzed. So thanks, Donald, for your talk. Any additional questions, you can answer them directly in the Q&A section. Please give some love to Donald. And before going to the next session with Alon, I'm going to ask you, because I forgot to do this survey beforehand, to give some love to some rating to the talk by Gil, so we can have some feedback. So I'm going to start the vote now, and that's going to be this is the first talk that we had about FinOps for AI. So you can rate them now while we give the pass to Alon. So I'm going to have Alon. Alon, I have you here. Yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great, doing great. Are you enjoying the event?
Yeah, enjoyed Gil's session.
It was a great one. I think Donald also make a really good one about the commitments. But we are going to continue with the FinOps for AI topic, and Alon has work on a lot on this. So I'm going to close the question. Thanks everyone for your votes, and without further ado, Alon, please start.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Hey everyone, great to be here. Thank you, Victor, for having me. So Alon, I'm from FinOps platform based in Tel Aviv, and today I actually want to continue the discussion that I think we just started about kind of like some of the challenges that AI costs, and more specifically, I would say LLM are actually introducing. And I'm gonna try to keep it light and kind of like wrap up with a very quick demo of how we are tackling some of these stuff here with FinOut. But let's just get starting. So first thing first, I think by now it's probably clear, looking at the agenda of this great summit, is that okay, it is a big deal. So kind of like starting with that, we always had internally this dilemma of, is AI just another type of cloud spend, or is there actually something new here? Or so I always like to start with this slide that I think demonstrates some of the challenges, the unique challenges that we are facing now as kind of like FinOps practitioners with the huge surge with AI adoption. So first of all, I would actually start with the multi-tool complexity. So I think Donal just kind of like wrapped up with the question of, should I use a single hyperscaler? Should I use several? I think in the world of AI, at least at the moment, what we are seeing among our customer base is that the majority of the accounts, regardless to where they are on their adoption journey of AI, are actually starting from the get-go with kind of like multiple tools in place. I think just my assumption is that it will emerge over time to kind of like to the leaders, and companies will start actually sticking to one or two providers that are going to provide the full suite. But for now, we definitely see a very significant tendency toward multi-tools. So by definition, from a FinOps perspective, that creates some challenges, right? Moreover, I think that what we are seeing, and I think Anthropic and OpenAI demonstrated very well that on the one hand, the actual capabilities they offer are tremendous, but on the other hand, those are still relatively young companies that allows, especially for FinOps, but not only FinOps practitioners, but in general, like the entire suite they offer is still kind of like evolving. So tagging, to be very specific, is very limited to the extent of even not available in some cases, which makes it hard for us to track and try to optimize. And I would say that again, the fact that what we are seeing, it's typically kind of like a mashup between, yes, I will use cognitive services in Azure, but in parallel, I will use perhaps Cursor for my coding, and I will probably use OpenAI for some other stuff directly. So this is kind of like a very challenging starting point. Now, in parallel to that, obviously, we are seeing the surge is just unbelievable. This is obviously anonymized, but I think the trend line is what interesting here, right? So looking at 2025, it's like 3 times higher. The budgets and the spend that's going on invested in AI workloads, and the trend is actually continuing, right? It never stops. So this is setting the stage. This is where we are right now. I guess it's not a surprise. And because we don't have a whole lot of time, I actually want to do a little spotlight on OpenAI from this lens, right? From the lens of what does it really mean from a FinOps perspective, this momentum that we are seeing. So before we dive into kind of like a very specific example, for those of you, I imagine most of the audience here is very much familiar with OpenAI or Anthropic is very similar, but just kind of like to align ourselves. Conceptually, yes, terms can be different, but instance type in AWS is probably best being equivalent to a model. Service type is the type of operation that you are running, and the compute units will in most cases, the common ones at least, will be tokens. So while it sounds differently, it behaves differently sometimes, conceptually, it is, a spend to a cloud provider. Hence, the same concept should be applied. So if AWS bills for 4 hours of this and that instance, OpenAI will bill you for 15,000 tokens used for GPT. So different jargon really, but the same thing. So let's take an example, which I imagine 80% of the accounts out there are actually doing. You want to start, you get this pressure from leadership that, okay, hey, we need to do some AI stuff and quickly. So one of the most common and obvious use cases is some sort of a chatbot, right? It can be a sales chatbot, it can be a support one. So we are kind of like, we released the first version, it works well, but then a very smart individual in the organization thinks that, hey, I want to optimize kind of like performance. And one of the ways that is very compelling for me to do is simply to include, much longer customer history in the prompt that I'm sending, right? So that sounds like a very good idea. Click the button, and then you wake up middle of the night to see that the cost actually surged like 10 times easily, and all due to a very simple, naive kind of like a step that a certain individual in the company took, right? And this is, again, extremely common, right? Like this is not just one in a million. We are seeing this happens times after times, and I think it really tells the story of how LLM is different in that terms, because it's so immediate, it's so fast. Like doing, in this case, a mistake most likely is just extremely common. And the problem is, even if you were able to identify the surge, which is not always the case sometimes, right? But even if you were able, unless you took some steps in advance to make sure that you have actually the ability to allocate and attribute the cost, you will just see kind of like a line saying, okay, yeah, you paid $15,000, right? It can be for a project in the case of OpenAI, it can be for an API key perhaps, but it won't really tell you the full story. And this is just what it is right now. Like this is really yes, they starting both OpenAI and Anthropic as the leaders in this category started to expose properly kind of billing data and usage data for API, but there is literally no tagging, right? You have some metadata fields, but not pure tagging that can really kind of like match one-to-one to how you manage chargebacks, showbacks, or just basic attribution. So this is kind of like just kind of like to give you an example of how, like, for me, like it's so obvious, and so the difference between how robust and truly amazing the product those companies offer are in the case of OpenAI, and how lean is the billing offering that they offer to the customers. And in this case, by the way, no difference between an API or the console that they offer the same data. So you can see that there's literally no tags. The only metadata that is exposed in the cost and the usage data. This is, by the way, this is just a payload of the response you're going to get from the cost API in OpenAI, right? So what you can see, you will see project ID, and based on the project ID, you should be able to allocate, right? This is the expectation. If you're going to join it with the usage data, sure, you're going to get user ID, you're going to get an API key, but that's pretty much it, right? And with that in mind, there is really a very, very immediate call for action, because again, this is not just a very niche type of spend. We're seeing customers of ours that it's already kind of like in the 5-10% of the overall cloud spend that is actually going into these platforms. And the fact that they suddenly wake up understanding, hey, I don't have really a way to allocate or to understand who drives this cost. Sometimes it can be quite late and very painful to really fix it after there are some really established workflows deployed to production. So kind of like before going kind of like to show you how we are handling it and approaching those challenges in FinOps, I would just say that what we are seeing and what we are hearing some of our more experienced user would say doing is just relying on best practices is nice. Sometimes companies actually prefer it in early stages because they do want to encourage experimentation mindset, and they want to kind of like remove the barriers as much as possible. So I can say that we're seeing actually customers, even very advanced kind of like FinOps practices, kind of like preventing and having kind of like very strict governance framework in place since early stages. Probably not trivial to deploy across the organization, but what you can control most likely is just the fundamentals of FinOps, right? Just kind of like naming convention. Try to have some sort of a setup in place of how you're managing API keys, how you set up the projects in OpenAI to make sure that when and this moment will arrive that you would like to start actually treating it as any other spend, you will have at least the infrastructure, so to speak. And of course, there is always the option of adopting some sort of a proxy pattern. Now, by proxy, I mean a centralized gateway. There are many options to do that that actually going to route all the requests that is going out to LLM vendors or AI vendors, and ensuring that those have the needed tags and the needed metadata that is needed for FinOps or reporting practices, right? And with that, I actually want to go and show you very quickly how we're doing things in FinOut. I will try to keep it very short and won't give you kind of like a full-blown demo, but the idea is let's stick with the use case I started with. There is a chatbot in place. So sure, here in FinOut, you're going into, this is clearly a demo account, and we have kind of like cost coming in from all the different tools. Now you want to actually just get started by, okay, I just want to see kind of like my OpenAI spend, right? So you can just easily go filter by OpenAI. Now this obviously doesn't really tell me a whole lot because, okay, you just spend doesn't answer kind of like my real pain. So what you're probably going to do then, you're going to go and you want to see it by project, because again, that's the most meaningful business-wise term that you have to use with, right? So you can actually go ahead and just group by project and start seeing what actually drives the spend and where the surge actually happens, right? So you can see that in our case, we have 4 projects in place. By the names, we can understand that those are actually the ones used by the business for aligned with kind of like marketing, inventory, sales, HR automation, so with actual features or workflow. But with that alone, that's probably not enough. What you want to see is you want to say, okay, my sales bot is actually part of my messaging effort. So I want to see this in the context of my messaging spend. So what you could do then, you can actually go ahead and go and create a virtual tag and basically tag the data virtually within After Effects, right? Even if your team didn't do it to begin with or were not able to do so. And you can just simply go here and add another rule that goes and actually going to group all the cost under the messaging label. So you can go ahead and say where the project is, sales bot, you can just save that, go back here and just refresh the page, and it's instantly, it's like in real time, you're actually going to go and see this cost goes under the messaging or project or offering, like in our case here in this demo. And yeah, just go ahead here and you can just group by the cost center. And you can see here that OpenAI is actually now part of the overall spend alongside other cost centers, right? So you can just see it here side by side and see that it is now part of it. Now I think I have another minute. I want to be respectful of everybody's time, the speakers after me. I'm just going to go and show you then in FinOps, once we have this notion in place, and they do have a very straightforward way to just see and visualize the data, I can just with just a few clicks go ahead and create an alert that the next time this kind of like surge going to happen, I'm going to be alerted instantly, right? So let's say in our case, I want to be exceeding spike, let's say, right? And you can go here and just filter by sales. Yep, under the sales bot project, and you can say that when the sales bot, the cost associated with the sales bot is actually going up 20%, like obviously you can customize it as you see fit, and more than, let's say, I don't want to wake up middle of the night because $20, but if it goes above, let's say, $1,000, right, just kind of like hit me in my Slack endpoint. You can send an email, you can do Teams, you can do whatever works best. And I want this one to be evaluated kind of like on a daily basis, and just that's it, simple as that. Just save it. And you will be alerted the next time. So spoke a lot. I think that's pretty much kind of like in what I wanted to surface. And yeah, I want to kind of like just stop here and just ask for questions and see how we can move this discussion further.
Yeah, thanks Alon for the wonderful talk. Give some loving the reactions for Alon. I think it was a great talk, and especially following up for what we discussed in the webinar that we had before, and all this topic about FinOps for AI. I think you are perfectly on time. So we have some minutes for questions. So please feel free to use the Q&A in the chat to do so. There are some questions around tagging. So I can probably get you a direct question with about the tagging topic. Basically, what are your recommendations for automation and guardrails for that? And also, that's the idea. What are your recommendations there?
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of like in a perfect world, I would say, when you get started, and again, this is no difference in OpenAI and Anthropic. I'm being kind of like specific to those vendors because it works different with the hyperscalers. We can touch base on that as well in a sec. But basically, if you can, you want to be very intentional about how you are distributing the API keys across your organization. So what I'm seeing kind of like some of our customers are doing, some are basically structuring project, like aligning an OpenAI project with a specific feature. Others will do that with a specific team. Other will do that with a user. Honestly, it all works quite well as long as you are very much consistent. In the case of OpenAI and Anthropic, again, because they don't really have the notion of labels built in within the platforms. If it's in the case that you don't want to do it kind of like one by one, meaning or one to one, meaning a project, a user, or an API key to for every user, for every workflow, then you will have to have some sort of an after effect kind of like a mapping, as I try to demonstrate with FinOut or in any other tool for that matter that allows that. And it should give you like the granularity that you are looking for. In a word, I would say that it works different. Let's take Bedrock, for example, kind of like which is gaining a lot of traction, very popular. In Bedrock, the way to do that is actually use inference profiles, which is kind of like one of those hidden tagging capabilities that I think many Bedrock, even heavy users of Bedrock, don't fully realize or utilize. So inference profile will align, I would say, Bedrock usage and billing data with the standard tagging and labeling that we all know and love in AWS. But if you don't do that, if you don't use an inference profile, then you are in a pickle because you're gonna have to try and figure it out after effect, which is almost impossible, to be honest. So yeah.
Doing that inspection like that for, let's say, forensic analysis is one of the most
exactly.
difficult thing if we are translating from the security perspective. So definitely, I think the similitudes between FinOps and security sometimes is spot from one time to another. So thanks for the clarifications. Thanks for the talk, Alon. It was a pleasure as always. So yeah, let's go. I'm going to start with the voting again. So I'm getting kind of liking this voting. So while we transition to the talk from Erik, let's give some love and some rating to the talk from Alon. So please go ahead. And Erik, if you are over here, you can start sharing and talking.
Yeah, hi. Pleasure to be here presenting at your summit. What I've been not being able to watch it all, but so far what I've seen, I liked it a lot.
Thank you.
So let me just set up. You can see my screen, I hope.
Yeah, we can see the full browser if you want to share on
yeah, I'm trying to do this in presentation mode, but it's
whatever you feel. We can see it correctly, so that's fine.
Oh, is that good enough?
Yeah, that's totally
bookmarks.
Fine. No problems.
So yeah, I'm going to talk about a topic that is very dear to me, and that is how to go from the reactive way that FinOps was into a proactive mode, and that is by shifting left. And so if you think about before shifting left, then you would have the typical traditional problems of forecasting would in most cases be yesterday's cost plus minus X. And Frank can concur, he's also on the call. That's the worst way of do forecasting actually, right? Product estimates. We are going to launch a product in cloud and everyone says it's basically unpredictable. So we have a large challenge there to actually get some cost estimates before migrating or creating new workflows in the cloud, workloads in the cloud. same thing with budgets. So if you can't forecast, if you can't have any cost estimates, you just set up a budget and that's it. I mean, that's how you work because you don't have the information, you don't have the governance in place to actually do some budgeting properly. And I will now quote a finance manager I have heard in, I didn't participate in the conversation myself, but it was related to me. At a large organization, a finance manager said this: we have a purchase order for 2 million monthly with AWS. How dare they send an invoice that doesn't equate to 2 million, right? So yeah, you have to deal with that kind of things when you want to deal shift left. So sorry. Yep, this. So before shifting left, you have the product definition, you go to solution architecture, you have the development stages, and then sooner or later it's handed off to operations. And then when it starts costing too much, in comes the FinOps team. And what they normally are able to look at is to deal with operations and try to right size and maybe change some resource types and some tagging and a little bit. But I mean, it's a long, long way, as you can see, going back to the, how can I say, going back all the way to products. So in that sense, it's almost like waterfall. Also consider all of these cases where you're migrating workloads that were created before the cloud. So you maybe have some black boxes in there, or you have an application that uses different security providers. I know one organization that has 17 security providers in their cloud estate at the moment, which is crazy. So there's a lot going on about how we can finally shift there. And there is one thing that I would love to address, and that is when it comes to legacy companies who are talking about going to the cloud. And their reaction is more or less like this. Because they think cloud is just someone else's computer, they treat it like a data center. So what they want is to have the exact same touch and feel like on-prem. And so they're asking for a landing page. So typically they will have someone build a custom platform for them, which will probably last 3 years project. I know of a project that lasted 4 years, still not finished, and they have upscaled it to 300 people working on the platform. I'm not joking. What makes me really hurt there, it's European funded. So I would love for them to have an audit, out with the people, in with the lawyers. So yeah, so we have this huge problem of people that treat cloud as something toxic. They don't want to learn anything new. They are blissfully happy, ignorant, and they want it to stay that way. So they maybe outsource everything cloud, but rather than upskilling. And that is the major problem with everything. Companies are migrating to the cloud before upskilling their stakeholders. And the stakeholders is not just engineering, it's also finance and procurement and also executive if there are made to be any strategic decisions. So there is an ongoing shift left initiative, and it's called product. I've taken this directly from their page, sorry. So it's called cost-aware engineering decisions for products, okay? Or cost-aware product decisions. Now, I have several issues here with what they want like to do, because they expect the product teams to predict the cost of the cloud. So this only works if you have enlightened teams and if one knows what they're doing. And I think we all collectively know how often that is the case. So that is one problem. The other problem is, in my view, that the same product requirements from one team might lead to different solutions in the architecture with another team working with them because of the solution architect's background or personal preferences and all of that implications. So how can we even make product decisions that are cost aware if we don't know all the alternatives that we could build the solution with. And that is the issue that I want to address today with how I see how a large organization can shift left effectively with a long-term strategy and short-term tactical operations. And so just a couple of facts. I know I'm Captain Obvious now, but let's think about how we generate costs in the cloud. Whenever we manipulate, transfer, or store information or data, right? That's, I think, abundantly clear. Okay, you can have idle running resources, I know, but this is, the main cost factors are data, everything around data, right? Manipulate, transfer, and store. So what I'm getting at is who decides what data is being manipulated, transferred, or stored? That's my question. Who decides that? Because that is the key. Because if you think about it, the product team with their product requirements and specifications, they know exactly feature by feature what kind of information will be manipulated, transferred, and stored, and also how often, because they should have some information at least. They should have this information about the user base, right? So another fact is these are data access patterns, and while that sounds very techy, data access patterns existed before IT existed, because data is just a multiple form of information. So a collection of information is called data. You had data analysis before computers existed. So let's go back to the product team. And if they don't have it already, they should, for each service, define the data access pattern. That means somewhere in the user story that they describe, for each feature, they have that kind of information flows from A to B, or is manipulated, or is stored. That is something that the product team must specify, okay? And it's not a technical challenge. It's a challenge to get them to do it. That's another thing, but it's not a technical challenge. They should not hide behind the excuse of, oh, it's cloud, oh, it's IT, or something like that. They should really do that part in the product management, and might also get help, obviously, from the product owner. So, as I said, yes, we should ask the the product managers. Now, my suggestion is one step further. I would love to introduce technical product management, right? So we have some product managers with a strong technical background and some senior solution architects to join a new team. Might be virtual, might be just a group of interest, or could be really a proper team. Now, they can help product teams that have never done this specify said access patterns. That means they can go there and tell them, okay, that is your user story. We will translate that into specifications of how data is manipulated, stored, and transferred. And then that is good. We will just, confirm, sign it off. Those are your specifications. Because the key information here is that data access pattern actually dictate solution architecture. That, I will read it again, I will repeat it over and over. The data access patterns, they should dictate the solution architecture. For each access pattern, there is one most efficient architecture to implement this in the cloud, okay? So it should not be the preferred solution architecture that, oh, I've always worked with Docker, then I will use Docker for everything. Or it's like, oh, we want to do cross-cloud or whatever. No, there are over 200 services just on AWS alone. So start using them, build patterns in architecture. And that is the next thing. So for each central, you should create and maintain central decision patterns and building blocks. That means, let's go through one decision. You want to create a new platform, you need to store data, okay. The questions you should ask, okay, are, how is the data structured? As in, is it strongly relational? or could I use non-relational database? Okay, that's one question, for example. Then another is, how often do I access this information? Is it transactional data that I just, for each sales transaction or for each financial transaction, I just create some almost like a log entry? So do I just bombard on the right side? Or is there a read intensive analytics thingy going on in the back? Those access patterns will define what the best architecture for your cloud application is. Okay. And the other thing that you should do with such a technical product management team is actually have peer reviews. So everyone that comes up with a new decision pattern or a building block should have the team review it and see if everyone agrees that that is the best solution. So, for example, if we have non-particularly relational data that is accessed sometime, let's say 5 times per month or stuff like that, I don't need a relational database that's running up and running the whole month. I could use, for example, DynamoDB for that, or I can use MongoDB or another DB, depending on what the decisions of that technical product management team is, right? So same goes for, I have an application that handles, I don't know, 1 million requests per month for these sets of access patterns. And then you can decide whether you want to go with AWS step functions, whether maybe a Lambda is better, or if you want to have a virtual machine, or actually if it may be something that will run in the cloud and at the customer side and everywhere. And then finally, and almost only in that case, is Docker the best solution? So all these access patterns, I tell it again, dictate solution architecture. There should no personal preference should be allowed. So what does that mean actually? So the whole thing that I created before is no longer a waterfall model, because the product will go with their requirements to the technical product management team and say, these are our user stories, these are our features and services that we want to do. And they will together create these data access patterns, okay? So these data access patterns will then basically go to solution teams, solution architecture teams, and for each of these data access patterns, they will just pick a compatible building block. They should not be allowed to create a new architecture from scratch. They should only be using building blocks from the central decision patterns. Okay, if there is something that is not in there yet, then there should be an urgent work of creating such a building block based on that decision pattern. So in that sense, the solution architecture loses parts of its design role, because they go from creating the architecture from scratch to actually just picking building blocks. So that is why I also suggest that the technical product management team, or the center of excellence, if you want to give it another name, should include senior solution architects, right? Otherwise, the solution architecture team will not be happy if you take the part of their work away, right? And once the solution architectural team has decided on how this architecture is with the used building blocks, that can also go back again to the TPM team for review. If you wanted, I didn't write it in here. It was getting fairly confusing, but it goes to into the efficiency review. So we check if the right building blocks were used, and if that also matches what we have from the requirements from the product team before going to development. And that is where all this shift left in. We're doing all these cost efficiency decisions far away from running anything in the cloud, right? So only once it has been approved, yes, this is the most efficient solution for the data access patterns that have been established and signed off on, only then goes it into development, and then only then will it go into operations. Now, what will operations do? They will provide performance metrics and logs, and FinOps will also collaborate with the TPM team to discuss the cost and usage reports. And again, that will flow back into an efficiency review with actual metrics, logs, and costs to actually see if the design of these building blocks was correct, because we might have made a wrong assumption here and there. So now we get confirmation of what actually was, how efficient it actually was, right? Now you will say, yes, that is fine for new applications. And so I will get to that question later. But so why this actually works is we have a consistent solution architecture throughout the whole application. You can have 1,500 applications running. If you have this pattern in place with the governance from top, then you can have consistency throughout the whole architecture. That also means, and here again, sorry about that iron triangle, I bash you every time. With this quality setup, we can have new products shipped faster, cheaper, and with high quality. Yes, again, sorry, iron triangle, I know how you loved, but here again, we can have all three angles of the triangle at max with this approach. Another thing that happens here is we get better forecasting because the product team had to actually tell us about the usage and the data before it was built, right? So we can finally go into better forecasting. Then we can play gamification with the efficiency score, right? So what does that mean? And that is also what I meant by how this actually can work. Now, gamification for me is the carrot, right? And carrot draws also the stick. So we could have carrot and stick. So if you have an old legacy environment that has been migrated to the cloud, what you could do is you review the entire application estate and check if they're compliant with the central decision patterns and building blocks. Most likely they will not be, which is fine to start with. But then you go, pick the applications prioritized by either cost, strategic alignment, importance, criticality. There are different ranking methods that you can pick there. But pick your applications you want to start with, build your TPM team, create these building blocks. And let's say we start really from scratch up. Tomorrow we create a TPM team. We start with this. Now in comes the gamification. That is nice. But if you just started with one application, that means that simply the others will not be in that yet because you cannot evaluate all of them together. So gamification is not the first thing you can start with. But there's another thing, and that's a stick that you can start with very soon. Once you review an application, you can tell them how far off they are from the ideal efficiency. And the ideal efficiency is basically, as I said before, if we know what information is manipulated, stored, and transferred, we could calculate the optimum minimum, the theoretical minimum to achieve that feature or service, right? So the efficiency score is simply the percentage or the orders of magnitude of that. And that could go into a budget rating. So if they ask for a budget next year, simply we will say, hey, you have a very bad efficiency score. So you will get less budget than you're asking for. So you have to optimize. That is one thing that you can do. Not very nice, but I say, sometimes you have to use the stick in large organizations to get something done. The other thing that I've seen work wonderfully, but never say it came from a FinOps team, don't do that, is to use chargeback as a gamification tool. And that is simply, let's say that we have analyzed an application and they are way off. So after 6 months that we send them recommendations on how to actually improve stuff, after 6 months, we go from 100% chargeback to 200%. 6 months again, they are not doing anything. We go up to 300%, 400%, and 500%. You can choose where to stop, but I think 500% is typically enough. So that happens. You don't have to ask them for motivation and time to do so. They will come to you. They will come running to this TPM team or the solution architecture team to say, how can we fix this? Because the chargeback is basically killing us, right? So that is how you can play a little bit with both carrot and stick. But again, it's the most important thing is to drive these decisions back to product, because product decides what we are going to build, and the rest is only about how we build it and how we run it. And again, these data access patterns, they dictate the solution architecture. So that was me, an old man ranting on about stuff in large organizations. Thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, Erik. Leave some hearts and some love to Erik. I think it was very interesting, and there was a lot of support on your TPM approach. So I'm going to start while you can answer you can put all the questions in the Q&A, and then maybe Erik can answer it via the chat because we are tight on schedule. I'm going to start the voting for the talk now, so you can give some rating to the presentation. I loved it, so definitely recommend it. And in the meantime, I'm going to give access to Kim to start sharing. So thanks, Erik, for participating. It's always a pleasure to have you, man. Always bringing value.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to move to Kim.
Hello.
Hey, Kim.
Oh, hi.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, you can start.
Sure, let's share the screen.
Finish the votes.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see it.
Amazing. First of all, thank you, Erik, for your lecture. It was very interesting, and thank you all of you for joining to this lecture today. I'm very exciting, but let's get started. So my name is Kim. I'm working for the past year and a half at CloudTeam, which is the first and the best FinOps company as a service, is the best FinOps as a service company here in Israel. And today we are going to discuss about Kubernetes, a topic that probably most of you heard about it. Some of you know more about, some less. But I know that some of the time this issue can sounds a bit technical, a bit complex. And if to be honest, at the beginning for me, Kubernetes heard, first of all, like a very, very funny word. Let's to be honest. And second of all, like a kind of a good Greek dish. But all of us know that Kubernetes is actually a platform that allows scaling and flexibility. And I remember that at the beginning of my way in the FinOps world, I heard a lot of people discussing about it, trying to understand how it works, how it develops. And I knew that I wanted to understand much, much more than that. And of course, to understand how it affects our cost. So today we discussed about the relationship between FinOps to Kubernetes. How can we bridge the gap between the finance world to the development world, and how can we manage the cost wisely without hurting not the performance and not the innovation. So before we will start, I wanted to show you that the monster is not that scary. So let's try to simple things up. So let's think of Kubernetes like a kindergarten teacher. The teacher is managing a class full of Lego blocks. Each child, which we have 5, represents a developer, and each tower they build represents an application. The teacher, which is a reference for Kubernetes, if you didn't get it till now, make sure that every child gets the right blocks that they need, that no one breaks someone else's tower, that if one child is leaving the kindergarten, she taking the Lego blocks and she divided evenly between the demand that each kid is needed. And basically, she makes sure that everything works in harmony. So the same as Kubernetes. Kubernetes, in a simple terms, is a smart system for managing containers. It's like the brain behind how our containers is running. It helps us to deploy everything in an automatically way. It's balance the load. It scales things up and down when needed. And as the kindergarten, she makes sure, and the Kubernetes make sure, that everything work together in the proper way. As all of us know, Kubernetes give a lot of flexibility. Our app can run anywhere and at any time, and it brings a lot of challenges because when everything run in automatically way, sometimes the cost will run automatically too, and we see it at the end of the month in the invoice. So now that we understood what is Kubernetes, let's talk and see the basic structure of Kubernetes cluster. So here in the diagram that I'm sharing, you can see a Kubernetes cluster that's made from several servers. The servers called nodes. In each node, there is a smaller unit that the name is pods. The scheduler decides which node will run in which pod will run in each node, and the kubelet it's the one that makes sure that everything running together. So basically, there is a big system. This is only few of the resources that inside, but it's managed a lot of small units into the one big cluster that we know as Kubernetes. But now we are going to the main of the topic of this presentation, because now that we understood how the code is run, now we need to think how it looks at the end of the month in the invoice. So FinOps meet Kubernetes in those three pillars. First of all, we have the financial side. FinOps brings visibility, and FinOps brings control, and it helps us managing the budget, to forecast the cost, and actually even measuring the ROI on the basic level. It allows us to translate the infrastructure activity to a clear cost at the end. And sometimes this is thing that Kubernetes is not providing us, and this is one of the pain point that I will discuss in the next slide that Kubernetes have with FinOps. The second pillar that we have, it's the performance. It's about optimizing the resource. It's about making sure that the response time will be faster, and we want to ensure that the scaling decision that we are doing are not only automatically, but they are also efficient, not only in the technical way, but also in the in cost-wise, that they are cost-aware. In the performance layer, FinOps add another important things that help us to see the workload if it runs in efficient way and not just technical. Then we go to the last pillar that we have, which is the governance. This is the final piece, and for me, this is the one that sets the role of the games. It's establishing the policy, it's ensuring that we have compliance, and that we define the ownership model in the correct place. But basically, in governance, we are here to help to align all of the teams. If it's the DevOps, the finance, the business team, everyone under one single framework. So everyone speaks the same language and share the same accountability. With this foundation, we can make sure that there is one ecosystem, both for FinOps and for Kubernetes. So we know that the main goal of FinOps, not the only one, but the main, is saving. But there is a lot of pain points that preventing us to achieve this goal. And I will start by introduce the first one, which is the lack of transparency. In Kubernetes environment, most of you that tried in the past probably know that cost is not tied directly to a specific app or to a specific person. They are tied to a cluster, to a namespace, to a workload. And when we will receive the bill at the end of the month, it's not will be always clear to us who generated this cost, who this cost belong to. And actually, if I will want to come and show some finger point about someone, I cannot find the owner that say, yes, this is my cost, and this is I'm going to optimize it. And this lead me to the second pain point, which is the responsibility gap. So We know that there is a lot of teams that integrate together in the cloud. We have the dev team that deploy the workloads. We have a team that manages the cluster, and of course the finance team, but they are in the end of this chain, they are receiving the total cost at the end of the month. But without a clear ownership, the optimization fell between the chairs. So for me, the lack of transparency and the responsibility gap, it's like the egg and the chicken. It's not like one come before the other, but they are tied together. Then we have the third pain point, which is the hidden infrastructure costs. We know that Kubernetes is dynamic and it's flexible and it creates and removes resources all of the time. It's node, it's volumes, it's a load balancer, and each one of them has a cost. And many times, if not most of the time, this cost is not clear and is not shown in the application level. So basically, the pile up in the background, and we can see the cost of them only in the end of the month, or if we have luck, if there is a kind of a spike that we can deduct. The fourth pain point will be the incorrect resource configuration specific for request and limit. So request and limits are very critical in Kubernetes. If we will set the request too high, which means we'll assign CPU and memory to a pod more than it's needed, so the node will save this specific minimum place of the pod inside the cluster. And if another resource set will want to implement inside, we cannot achieve that because the node saved this specific place as the request for the pod, and then we have a wasting of resources. On the other hand, if we will set the request too low, our app will not succeed to run with this minimum CPU and memory, and few outcome can have. First of all, the workload can crash. Second of all, our app becomes slower. And third, an auto-scaling process will start, more node will add, and in all of these cases, first of all, it's unnecessary, and we have unnecessary cost that will cause, and second of inefficiency. So in the incorrect resource configuration, we can even double the cost at the end of the month. So this one is very important to note. And lastly, and for me this is the key, and I think that this is the reason why I became a FinOps, it's the language gap. Because when developers talk about pods, about namespace, about deployments, the other team, which is the FinOps and the finance team and etc., talk about budget and commitment and RI utilization. And somewhere in between this conversation, the translation stopped working. No Google Translate for them. And when you cannot connect pod behavior to a dollar value, it will be very, very hard for you to have accountability and optimization. So this is, for me, the main Kubernetes pain point that I'm dealing with. And I assume that most of you also, those are your top 5, or maybe you have other top 5, but those are the main pain point that we have. And this is the challenge. But when there is a challenge, I think that it's where FinOps can bring most of their value. And this led me to the next slide, which is the continuous tension that we have between Kubernetes and between FinOps, because FinOps focus on control and predictability, but Kubernetes DNA is built for speed and flexibility, and the challenge is that each one of them is pulling to the other direction. One wants control and the other wants scaling. And our goal as FinOps is to find the balance in the middle. We need to keep the visibility and the control of the FinOps without slowing down the innovation. This is what we needed to bridge between FinOps and Kubernetes. And the way we can reach to that balance, it's not something that will happen overnight. It's not like we are waking up one day and we are fully optimized. It's a journey of maturity. And in the next slide, we will later. Yeah. And in the next slide, we will see how this journey looks like. And for me to take a break to take a sip of water, so sorry for that. Okay, so every organization goes through a stage of maturity. We are learning step by step how can from simply see what is going on with the cost to manage it eventually. And when we look at the maturity level of crawl, walk, and run, at the core stage, everything is still very new to the team. They are just starting to gain visibility. They might have basic dashboard, maybe some tagging, few reports here and there, but not something, I think that it's big or more than that. But the main goal at this point, it's simply understand what is going on inside. Nothing more than that. Where the cost is coming from, which cluster, from which from which namespace, what is the workload that we have. And so it's less about control and more about building awareness. And then we are going to the second stage, which is the work one, which is the work stage, sorry. Things start to become more structured at this stage, and standards begin to appear. So basically, instead of everyone deploying workload however they want everywhere, teams start to use pre-approved templates. In those templates, they are defining the right configuration, the right CPU, memory, request, limits. It's like giving a developer a smart starting that they're already part optimized with performance and with cost. So this alone can prevent a lot of over provisioning and unplanned spend. Also in this stage, teams start to use the spot instances, but now they can do it more wisely and with a strategic way. So instead of just switching everything to spot and hoping for saving, the decision of the spot come with a lot of knowledge. The workload that they will choose will be a workload that can handle interruption, like non-production, like a non-critical workload. And also, because we are talking about spot, they need to, and they will implement an automation in place that will handle a spot instance that just reclaimed. And finally, after the crawl, after the walk, we are here with running. And in the run stage, things eventually and finally start to click up and to sum up to one core. At this point, FinOps is not just a process that's sitting on top of the engineering team. It's embedded in how the organization is operate. So the big shift here, it's around the code efficiency. Because at the end of the day, I know that with FinOps, we came and we correct the scaling, and now we are doing it perfectly. The auto scale work well. We balance all the workload. But if we do all of that, it's not mean that we fix the code and that the code is efficient. So if our application is not written in a way that consumes the exact CPU and memory that she needed, Kubernetes will give the same CPU and memory to the same app, which means at the end of the month, this is a waste of money. So developers start thinking about performance and cost together in the run stage. They fix the inefficient queries, they cache the data, they optimize the loop, and suddenly the app change. It's run now faster, it uses less resources, and again, the cost is reduced. So in this moment, I believe that FinOps stopped being a financial decision, but it started becoming a culture one. So we basically run from the crawl, which it's the infrastructure, into the code itself, from visibility into full control and optimize step by step. And now that we see and understood the maturity level and the maturity develops, I would like to show you and to sum it up under the best practice that we have. Okay, so basically it's summarize the main point that we discussed about in the organization and maturity. It starts with the pre-approved template. We are creating standard workload. So every deployment follow the same resource and the same cost rule. Of course, that important note to say, the pre-approved template will be suited to a workload that operate and work the same with the same outcome. Then we have the right size everything, and here we make sure that the node size, the scaling policy, the request, the limit, and everything is avoiding over provision, that everything is suited to the actually usage that our app is needed. For me, and I assume that for all the FinOps that's now in the session, visibility dashboard is not something that is imported to Kubernetes. It's something that is actually, I feel, our core. So use BI tool, use Grafana to track the cost and the performance in real time. You can get a lot of insight for that, not only for the cost, but for KPI and another cost optimization idea that you have. Then we have the strategic spot usage. So using spot instances smartly on non-crucial workloads. I mentioned it always also before. And of course, don't forget to create a plan for fallback in place. And finally, the tagging. Tag everywhere, every namespace, every resource. So all of your costs can be tracked across all of your team. This way we can prevent the lack of transparency and the responsibility gap, which we discussed at the beginning of the presentation. So this sums up the best practice, but we know not everything goes always as we want, but we have also some pitfalls to avoid when we talk about Kubernetes. So the pitfalls to avoid will be, first of all, over-provision the workload. Again, where CPU, memory, requester, and limit setting too high, we are wasting resources, and that's how we can increase the cost, which is something we want to avoid. The second will be too small VM type. So when pods start up and spin up, usually they need more RAM. When we choose too small VM type, when the pod will start up, some of the time it can the amount of the request inside will not be enough for the existing node, and another node will need to be created only for the startup of the pod. So maybe instead of having too small VM, we can change the VM type to a much larger VM, and this way maybe we are using a different SKU and a much expensive SKU, but we have less node comparing to a smaller VM with much bigger amount of node. The third pitfalls to avoid would be the over-provisioning storage. So for example, in Azure, when you are creating a cluster, there is the default disk size for your operating system. And this size is not necessary most of the time to your requirements. So my comment to you is to check if the OS is fit to your requirements, and if not, change it. I know that a lot of organizations not aware to that, or just like create a cluster without changing this configuration. And trust me, this can save a lot. And another two pitfalls that we have, the unlimited auto-scaling. Of course, if we will not set a limit, our cluster will increase and increase and increase without stopping. It will create cost spikes and application error, and it's something that we want to avoid. And lastly, expensive spot instance. I know it can sound a bit weird, but when you're using spot and the eviction rate will increase every day, every 2 days, it can cause your application to crash. And every time when you have crash in your application, it's spend time, it's spend money to start everything up. So make sure that you're choosing your spot instance according a low eviction rate. And let's go to the next slide. So before I will finish, I would like to show you a few real-world examples from our customers. It's very small, but I think it's very important to show some real cases that actually saves money. So first of all, the rebalance node. So a rebalance is a process when we are consolidate all our node into one. I will give an example. For example, if we have 3 nodes, each one of them using 20% of the total CPU and memory. When we run the rebalance process, everything will consolidate the 20% and the 20% and the 20% into each node. So from 3 nodes that we are paying to, now we have 1 node. So first of all, this is cost saving. Second of all, it's optimized also the performance, and it can reduce the cost by 40% of the previous one. And the second example that I have is the PVC migration savings. So in one of our customer, we shift from a PVC using data disk to a PVC using storage account, file share, if to be more specifically. This change, again, improve the performance and reduce the cost by 20%. And as we all familiar with ARM processor, the Graviton is the one that is the most familiar to us in AWS. So transitioning to ARM processor actually can improve the performance. It will reduce the power of the consumption, and of course we lower the cost between 12 to 50%. So now that we are about to end, and I know that we have another 1 minute, but if you have a question, this is the time for you. And
yeah, thanks a lot for the talk, Kim. I think it was great. Kubernetes is something that I like a lot because I basically work with it every day, and it's very tricky to deal with it in FinOps. So any questions that you have, leave it please in the Q&A section. There is one already from the beginning of the talk, which is like, what's your perspective on using in this case Cast.ai, but I assume any Kubernetes third-party tool for the optimization?
I think that it's not a specific topic, and I would like to understand it to answer it fully. So if I can take it with you offline, it will be great, because I have a lot to say about it.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for that. So Sachin, please reach out directly so you can get it from there. And regarding the recordings, of course, yeah, there will be a recording sent after the event once we finish both days. During the weekend, I will try to do so, to send it to you all. So one interesting question from Jose Antonio is that could affect is the new policy about the 5-minute cost for short runtime applied by default. Could it affect spot machines and make the cost bigger than even for a standalone? What do you think? Do you?
Where is the question? Wait.
It's in the chat.
Yeah, I can see.
So this new Azure policy for the 5-minute cost for spot instances.
Wait. Actually, I didn't heard about this policy, so it's the first time that I saw that he sent the link also.
The link.
I didn't heard about it, but it's very interesting.
Maybe maybe Jose Antonio, if you can put the question in the Q&A side, and then maybe Kim can take a look at the docs and answer you properly, because yeah, this would be really important to anyone using spot instances, and especially for Kubernetes workloads. If you use small ones, I can subscribe to that recommendation that unless, well, probably if you use small instances, you probably can leverage serverless or any other stuff for your Kubernetes workloads, but you should use nodes that are considerable for your workload, because especially if you use sidecars, such as Argo CDs, Grafana's, any monitoring system. If you have more nodes, it means more sidecars. So it's something that I learned the hard way, because I got nodes spotting every time because of my monitoring, and my monitoring was even higher than my node requirement. So something that you don't want to have in your FinOps spotting, because you will have probably infinite nodes. So definitely take a look at that. And do you have any comments on the question that does Sam about RI management for Kubernetes? What are your thoughts on there?
Actually, when in most of our current environment, we are running Spot. So using RI with Spot, as you know, it's not the best suitable way. I assume that if you are not running Spot, RI definitely can be something that that can be efficient. Again, you need to combine it with what the organization is planning to do, for how much you're going to use the RI, and of course to see if you benefit from it at the end. Yeah,
Kubernetes, it's difficult to measure the RI unless it's a very basic part or a very base percentage. Then you should leverage a Spot for the flexibility of that. Of course, if you have critical workloads and you are not going to be decreasing for certain amount of consumption, you can have that covered in RIs or savings plans, and then leverage a Spot for the flexible thing. Okay, let me see if there are any.
Oh, sorry.
No problems. What you will? It's better to use savings plans, which is more flexible. Yeah, savings plans fits better, I think, the Kubernetes style in general, I would say. Definitely. And is Cubed Cost a good tool to solve problems that you mentioned? So, not sure if you have thoughts on the tool, or maybe you can dive into that more personally if you want. Okay, so okay. Thanks, Jose Antonio, for clarifying the question. I'll let later the rest of the people to answer that. If someone has already any insights on that, I haven't read that, so I'm going to take a look at that definitely, and see what, because this would be very interesting for people using Azure, because if they get built that short, it's going to be a little bit crazy. So I'm going to mark this as solved, and I'm going to move to next. But beforehand, I want you to show again some love to Kim, and we are going to start with the survey. It's always nice to.
Thank you, Victor. We could just, I can see the questioning. Okay, thank you. I just want to.
Yeah, feel free to take a look and answer it. And now you can rate the talk by Kim. I think it was a great one. So thanks, Kim, for participating. It was a pleasure to have you over here.
It was a pleasure to be here. Bye bye.
Okay, so while we you can continue to vote, and then I'm going to give the floor to Alex. How are you?
Hi, Victor. I'm fine, thank you.
Pleasure to have you, man.
So,
whenever you want, you can start sharing.
Oh, yes, sure. Yes, sure. 1 moment, please.
So in the meantime, you can continue voting. We'll close the vote once the talk starts. Okay, I'm going to wait till Alex is back. So how are you enjoying the event? You can put it in the comments, or you can give some reactions into the chat. I hope you are having fun. Let me know anything, any doubts or any questions that you have. Feel free to use the chat and to share it with the team and chat directly. Alex, you're here?
Yes, I'm here, and now I am ready to share my screen.
We can share. We can see it.
Okay, excellent.
Okay. Yeah, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. First of all, I'm very glad to be here with you today, and it's an exciting opportunity to share some of my experience with such great auditory. We heard many great presentations related to cloud today, and I want to continue this panel of discussions by explanation of cloud migration journey, how to estimate cloud migration, cloud exit, and when cloud makes sense from financial standpoint. And my vision is vision of architect and the lead of such complex transformations. First of all, just a few words about me. For more than 10 years, I've been deeply involved in leading complex cloud migration projects across large enterprises around the world. And I built and led Cloud Center of Excellence, Cloud Migration Center of Excellence, managed infrastructure practices, and worked hands-on through every phase of cloud migrations and cloud exit projects, from the initial assessment to the retirement of legacy systems after moving to the cloud. This includes working inside highly regulated environment like banking, finance, etc. When we talk about cloud migration, cloud exit, or any other digital transformation initiatives, one of the most important aspects is the estimation of financial cost and real ROI, return of investments. This is a very large and complex topic. It includes many layers that should be discussed separately, especially in the context of financial predictability. We need to understand when cloud migration, cloud exit, or any other approaches actually make sense. There are real numbers and estimation frameworks that help us evaluate both options. And yes, to be honest, we can even predict and calculate the turning point, the moment when a cloud exit starts to make more financial sense, so we can make informed decisions. Unfortunately, I have a limit of time, and for this reason, I want to stop today only on one very important part, such transformations. How do we estimate the time and cost of a cloud migration or a cloud exit initiatives. In my personal experience, this is the most unclear part. I've spoken with many teams, and very often nobody really knows how to build a realistic estimate for such transformations, not even a rough one. So let's focus there, because without a clear estimate, it's impossible to plan or compare options in a meaningful way. My goal is to share a practical financial evaluation framework that can help you estimate the true cost and timeline of cloud transformation projects. Understand where ROI really appears or sometimes disappears, and support better decision-making based on measurable data, not based on assumptions. And I will focus on the financial side of this transformation. But I want to say something important upfront. Financials alone are not enough. We all know that decisions around cloud migrations or cloud exit are also shaped by compliance, risk, security, available talent, long-term business goals, and many other aspects. Based on that experience, I can say with confidence, we can estimate quite accurately both the timeline and budget for such transformations, if we ask the right questions and follow a structured approach. Before we dive into models and budgets, let's step back and look at the bigger picture. Cloud is now mainstream. Around 96% of companies use at least one public cloud, and 84% use private cloud solutions as well. But on the same time, another trend is growing: cloud exit. For example, in the US, about 42% of companies have already started moving some workloads back on-prem or plan to do so. Let's be honest, when it comes to budgeting and roadmap in cloud migration, many teams hit a wall. I've spoken with engineers, stakeholders, and top managers of big corporations. And in most cases, they don't even have a basic cost estimation. And I understand why. These projects are very complex, and you're dealing with, let's say, a huge number of applications, what I call though, legacy tech stacks, teams and mixed capabilities, compliance constraints, and of course, in many cases, pressure from leadership to move faster or sometimes cheaper. A few examples from my past. One real case of such projects, I worked on a migration project where the company had lost most of its knowledge about their own IT infrastructure. Another great example, an enterprise with systems developed over 2 decades, full of legacy tech plus strict compliance demand. For example, for large banks, DORA or similar regulations just make this even more painful. And maybe one more example, electronics manufacturer with factories around the world decided to try to consolidate factory management in regional clouds instead of maintaining separate data centers on each factory. So it's not surprising that instead of clear plan, discussions often back on buzzwords like agility, stability, scale, business growth, modern tech, and so on and so on. That's why I started working on a simple question. Can we build a repeatable, real-world framework to estimate cloud transformation costs? Not just infrastructure costs, not just monthly cloud bills or how to reduce this cost, but the true cost of change across the full life cycle of migration or repatriation of our infrastructure, from assessment phase up to deprecation of our old infrastructure. And that's what I want to share with you now. A practical, repeatable structure that you can adapt to your own company, your own project, and your own FinOps practices. Based on my experience, I divided the model into a few stages. This gives both FinOps teams and decision makers a clear structure. Let's walk through them. Just one important note before we will start. My goal is to show the approach, a way to estimate each step, not to provide exact numbers for your specific case. These numbers will vary depending on whether you use internal resources or engage an external consulting company like EPAM, DAO, etc. The seniority of the people involved and specific compliance or engagement requirements. Let's start with the initial assessment of IT landscape. This includes business and architecture priorities, existing platforms, and migration goals. You don't need 100% detail at this point, but you do need to align with business stakeholders early. Without this, you risk building a migration plan that no one wants or understands. We can estimate the step more or less easily based on the size and mix of required team and the scope of the environment. Based on general understanding of company request, we can estimate the team size, duration, and cost of this phase more or less easily. For example, at least we need a business analyst, delivery manager, and lead architect. And in some cases, additional people to cover all aspects of business. Let's say in the case of mid-size enterprise, we engage just 3 senior roles for a focused 2-week effort, and it will cost around 40,000 euro for external client. If we ask about that some outsourcing company. Based on my experience, many companies, for different reasons, this is out of scope of our discussion, don't have a full and up-to-date picture of the IT landscape. That's why the technical assessment phase is not an optional. It's a mandatory and highly recommended. In this step, we segment the landscape into logical application groups based on dependencies, ownership, etc., and collect key technical details for the migration teams. This includes mapping applications, identifying owners, documentation dependencies, and grouping components into logical units. This grouping should reflect how systems are used and owned inside the organization. It's the foundation of everything, because cost and timeline vary application by application. This phase is also very predictable in terms of time and budget. You can balance speed and cost depending on team size and the time constraints. For example, let's say we have one team with 3 architects, which should cover different aspects of our infrastructure, like enterprise, infrastructure, and software, 1 DevOps engineer, 1 developer, and 1 business analyst. If this team processes 1 logical application per week, the cost per week will look like 30,000 euro a week. By understanding the average number of applications, you can estimate how much time the assessment will take and how much it will cost. And now we head to the most interesting part of the estimation. During the assessment phase, for each group of applications, we can apply a scorecard. We are not aiming for perfect precision. No, we are aiming for direction. And the scorecard includes a few key areas. Application stability. this is about questions like tech stack maturity, infrastructure complexity, availability, observability, etc. So complex such options. Next one, it's a group of questions about team consistency. Is the owner team stable? Is there documentation in place? Any staffing or knowledge gaps, etc. And the third part of questions, it's about migration complexity. For example, size of the data which should be migrated, number of integration points, internal and external, any potential blockers. And we may also assess additional factors, but this structure gives us a clear and repeatable way to evaluate each application group. And now, based on many complex cloud migration projects I've led, I can tell you very interesting thing. The final score for each logical application has a direct correlation with how long and how much it will take to migrate. The tech stack and deadlines define how many teams we need and what skills they should have. And the business goal directly influences the selected migration approach like lift and shift or a platform refactor, etc., and act as a multiplier in our budget model. And compliance and other risks also act as a multiplier in our budgeting model. For example, if an application scores in the medium complexity range, we might estimate 6 weeks for its migration, assuming 3 environments and 1 dedicated team for this migration. So, what do we get from this? A structured way to calculate both the timeline and the budget. For example, 1 application, 6 weeks, 3-person migration team, estimated cost 20,000 euro. Now we have a clear roadmap and financial plan until end of this transformation. So we can predict more or less, of course. We can predict how long this cloud journey, how many time we should spend and what budget should we have for it. And now one more insight. Not everything needs to be migrated. In most enterprise environments and even not enterprise, based on general statistic, from 15 up to 30% of applications can be retired, because they are outdated, unused, or due to deprecation. Based on my experience, this number is usually about 20%. This is one of the easiest way to reduce scope and cost, but unfortunately many teams overlook it. You can apply a basic agent model like if the tech stack is more than 7 years old, not aligned with business growth, poorly maintained, then you flag it as a retirement candidate. One of the most expensive stages is the transition period, when you're paying for 2 environments at the same time. During this phase, cloud costs don't go down, and on-premise costs don't disappear. You need to factor this as well. Estimate how long each application will live in dual stack mode, and plan infra and support budgets accordingly. This period often lasts longer than expected. I've seen teams assume 3 months, but the reality is often 6 to 12 months or even more in some cases. And finally, if you're moving workloads on-premise back from cloud, don't forget about capital expenses, CapEx. And for hardware, storage, backup, network, data center expansion, etc. And even in cloud migrations, You'll often need to temporarily scale up DevOps and SRE team because existing teams still support production, and you can't ask the same people to handle migration full-time without creation delays or burnout. Whether you are planning a cloud migration, cloud exit, or just optimizing what you already have, the core question is always the same, especially at the beginning of such journey. What is the business goal? What does it really cost? Not theoretically, but with real numbers. And can we justify it with numbers, not by assumption? And moreover, based on my extensive experience in this field, I would say we can automate many things with modern AI to speed up this process, save a lot of money and time for such initiatives, and make them more predictable. And it's potentially maybe a very great decision. That's all from my side for today.
Thanks, Alex, for the talk. I think it was great on the topic that drives a lot of cost, like the cost migration. So give some love to Alex's presentation. I am going to start with the voting, so you can rate the talk as well over here. And while we wait for AJ to start, so thanks, Alex, for your talk, man.
Thank you, Victor.
Okay, so continuing on, we are getting to the mid of the today's. We have AJ from Ternary. So AJ, whenever you are ready.
Hey, how's it going? Right.
Doing good. How about you, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm on the west coast of the United States, so just getting the morning started over here. But I hope you guys have had some great presentations so far.
Yeah, we had some. Yeah, in terms of the breaks, we are a bit on tight on schedule. There's a lot of talks. So you can relax on each of the talks, grab some coffee and that. But you can listen in the background and start. But for now, we are going to stick with AJ. So whenever you're ready, please feel free to start sharing.
Absolutely. Let me share my screen and get this presentation going.
Yep.
All right. Well, hopefully you guys are looking at my presentation. So start off, today we're going to talk about Focus, which is a great working group that originally started from the FinOps Foundation, where they had recognized a lot of inconsistencies in cloud billing data files from the major vendors and maybe even some of the smaller vendors, making it really difficult to get good information and actionable insight when you're in a multi-cloud environment. So the name of the talk today is From Billing Chaos to Clarity and Why Focus Matters in FinOps. And as mentioned before, my name is AJ Peter, also Andrew Peter, and I'm a product lead at Ternary. A little bit about me. I've been in the FinOps space for about 10 years. If you guys are familiar with the FinOps Foundation, co-founder J.R. Stormont was actually the one who hired me at a company called Cloudability back in 2014. From there, I went to work at Citibank and helped build out their internal chargeback allocation system while they were migrating a bunch of workloads from on-premise data centers to cloud. And as you can imagine, banks are very specific about things being penny accurate, so it had to be 100% correct all of the time. After Citibank, I ended up joining Ternary, a group of like-minded folks who are all, very experienced FinOps practitioners who felt like there just wasn't a great tool in the space for excelling at, Google Cloud. There was a lot of them that had strong focus on AWS and a little bit on Azure, but Google felt like it was a little bit lacking in the functionality. So joined this team to kind of help build that out and make it a great product. In my personal life, I'm a part-time kid taxi, so any other parents can probably relate to that. And as I mentioned before, I live in Portland, Oregon, so just with the territory, I am a coffee enthusiast. All right, so the problem with billing chaos. So cloud data, if hopefully you're familiar, but if not, we can just kind of highlight real fast. When you go and you want to get your detailed billing information beyond what these cloud providers give you in their native reporting tools, which is going to be a limited set of information, which can get you good data, but you can get a lot richer and more impactful information if you go and actually generate their detailed billing file and then be able to pull that into most likely some kind of a third-party application like a Tableau, or sometimes even the native tools like BigQuery. You can just throw it into a BigQuery table, and being able to see that. So there's potentially hundreds of columns depending on how many custom tags or labels you may have, and the inconsistency between each vendor can make it difficult to start to get a single pane of glass view and normalize all of your usage across these clouds. So with that, you can imagine if you have varying names and schemas for your different data sets, it can be difficult to start to forecast or allocate those costs back to different internal business units and make good, informed, timely decisions based on that information. And so the current state, it just really created friction for the community to be able to understand and start to action on this information. So what was the solution? Well, the foundation put together a working group of some industry experts who realized that they could work together and as a team figure out a normalized schema across these major clouds and figure out what is the most common and important dimensions and metrics that businesses need to be able to see and normalize across these clouds so that they can start to have that consistent actionable data. Because step one, if you want to get to a state of being able to optimize, your information or optimize anything really, you have to organize it first. And so being able to have it in a standardized schema really allows you to get that insight and visibility and start to be able to build out your budgets, your forecasts, your chargeback, showback, depending on your business needs. And maybe even one day get to a point of unit cost, right? That's kind of the unicorn in the industry. Is you want to get to that unit cost metric where you can really drive business value and directly associate it back to your workloads and figure out what your profit margins are based on your cloud consumption. So we've had our CTO Josh in that working group since the beginning of it, along with many other great people working on this. And Focus came out middle of last year. And what's really cool about it is not only is it a connector that they provide you, so you can download these raw detailed bills from your vendor and put them through this, through this formula, and it will go and normalize that data. But a lot of the cloud vendors even acknowledged and worked with the foundation and this group to create their own versions of these files. So you can, in addition to getting your detailed billing file and converting it yourself, you can actually just download or request a copy of the Focus formatted bill from each of the major cloud providers. And more providers outside of the big cloud ones are joining every day. So I think Databricks has mentioned that they're going to be getting their own version of this file, as well as Snowflake and some of the other big vendors, so that we have a consistent, easy, reproducible data set, which is awesome. So what that provides us is really just bringing order to chaos, right? And it removes some of the translation overhead because you're not having to go and figure out, hey, what are the consistent dimensions or metrics that we're using in our application, in our business, in our day-to-day. So you don't need to make that conversion yourself. And it really helps accelerate FinOps maturity, because when we're having talks like we are today, or we're going to other events and talking with other FinOps practitioners, we can all speak the same language and we can all understand similar terminology when we're talking about the things that the types of reports that we're looking at and the KPIs and numbers that we want to be able to have and get action or get results from every single day. And so again, it creates ecosystem alignment. So it's a great, it was a great, awesome working group, and I think the results have been incredibly powerful. The other thing is that they regularly meet still, and they keep improving on the version. So I think they're getting pretty close to releasing version 1.3, which is adding some commitment planning, and commitment cost and reservation related information, which is going to be really good. So come to Ternary and the way that we implemented our Focus configuration. So not only do we support the vendor native Focus bill, but to prevent from our customers needing to go and configure that file and give us access and just have an additional data file laying around, we actually do the conversion for you. So you keep your same standard detailed billing information, and we'll convert it into Focus format for you with a little bit of a twist, because if you remember, Focus is a subset of a much larger, potentially chaotic file with hundreds of columns of data. And the Focus spec today is about 40 or 50 dimensions and metrics. And if you're talking in terms of Amazon, if you look at the Cur file, it's got 150, potentially 200 if you have many custom labels or tags in your environments, right? So it can just be a ton more data. So the most meaningful or impactful things are included in the Focus spec. And so we have those in a multi-cloud display. And beyond that, there's still going to be use cases or times where you need to see some of those other columns. So we have that available, and you can just quick toggle, which you'll be able to see here in a demo. But not only do we give you Focus, you have the vendor native bill, the detailed version, available and in our reporting engine to be able to query and get access from this information, which is awesome. And again, it's quick and easy to set up. There's no additional special configuration you need to do. We're handling the heavy lifting and the conversion on your behalf. So to jump into a quick demo here real quick, you can see our dashboard showing you multi-cloud, but let's jump into a quick cost report. And you'll notice we're looking at our Focus billing data source. And from here, we can take a look at the metrics or measures available. You'll see all of the different vendors that we support here. And in the multi-cloud view, which is our Focus implementation, here's the exact Focus metrics that are available. And to compare and just see how much more data there is, you click on the AWS. Here's all of the additional metrics that are available in that detailed Cur, which are not in the Focus schema today, but still available within our tool to be able to query and request those so that you don't need to go and download that file on your own. But for this demo, let's just look at build cost, which is net cost, and see a report. Now, looking at the dimensions, similar, you can see all of the Focus dimensions available. There's about 45 or so different account IDs, charge types, contracts, start end dates, etc., resource type, lots of important information there. To compare, let's look at Amazon, their detailed bill. You'll notice the scroll bar on the side is incredibly tiny, because I think it's almost 150 additional columns that are available as dimensions to get all kinds of detail. And many of these are actually Amazon specific. So that's why some of them aren't included in the spec, but maybe in later versions. But all of this data is still valuable depending on what you're using Cloud for. But for the sake of Focus, and again, trying to find that normalized schema, a lot of these just aren't included because they're going to be specific to AWS services, things that you may or may not be running. But for this demo, let's go back to our Focus data, and we're going to add a couple service types. So we want to really kind of filter down. We know that our total cost right now is about $3 million, and we want to try to find some of the top contributors to that spend and kind of start to get some actionable data. So the first thing we're going to look at is service category and service name. We can see storage near the top. There's a marketplace charge, some databases with SQL. And let's actually zoom in on analytics. So from the analytics side, we see Microsoft Fabric, which is a pretty high contributor. So I kind of want to zoom in on that. So we'll zoom in on Fabric charges. And from our Fabric charge, we can see that we're about $132,000, which is a significant portion. The next layer down, I want to see some accounts that are responsible or consuming this Fabric cost. So it looks like the account 2EE at the top there is the biggest contributor. So we'll go ahead and again, zoom in on that account itself. And by filtering down to the account, we can start to understand what are the largest spend drivers of this Fabric usage. And from there, we can go into charge description, which is going to be, I think in Amazon, it's item description. And you can see we have some capacity, we have some Power BI, we have some OneLake, but it seems like the Fabric capacity is still the biggest one. So we'll zoom in on that. And after zooming in on the Fabric capacity, we've really narrowed it down. So we've got, the usage type, we've got it down to a particular account, we have it to a particular charge description. The next lowest tier of granularity is going to be a resource ID. So from there, we're going to put our resource ID on and see what's the top driver. So we can see that it happens to be this umbrella resource in the resource ID column that's about, almost $20,000 over the last month. So from there, we can take that information and maybe we can start to add some tags or some other data and understand maybe who the owner is, who the team is, who's managing it. And from there, start to look into, optimizations or what types of things we can do to, take action on this. Is this just a cost of doing business? Are there some levers that we can pull? But hopefully through that, you understand the importance of being able to have a standardized language that all of your information is in, so that you can really drill in and figure out what areas of the business and your usage are driving your cost, and then begin to take action on that, whether that's including it in budgets and forecasts, configuring some kind of an anomaly alert in case things go outside of your expected budgets or spend, and really tying that back into business value. And just to call out in Ternary, when you have these things configured, all of these reports are subscribable. You can add them to dashboards and start to customize specific quick look multi-report data sets, so you can log in, get access to all of the information that you would like to see across maybe a particular service or a particular business unit, and then get on with your day. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for joining my talk, and hope that you take advantage of this awesome work that the Focus Working Group has put together, and highly recommend that you either use the connector to convert your information into the Focus format, or just use the vendor native version of those files to really get a good understanding of what your multi-cloud usage looks like.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the talk, AJ. As mentioned, tomorrow we are going to have a panel with some of the members of the Focus initiative, lead together with Larry Adby. So it's going to be a fun one. If you are interested in the topic, definitely recommend you to be there as well, in this summit, of course, tomorrow. Thanks for the talk. We have one question. All the questions that you can have, please put it in the Q&A section. So Jeremy asks about transitioning between versions of Focus and all of that. So I'm going to read you the question. Is that Focus comes with different versions, implemented or not, by the major cloud provider or SaaS provider. So when you are building custom things that are not using third party, how do you keep advantages of the same schema between different versions? I think this could apply a lot to you, because you guys are leveraging other feeds for Focus. So let me know, how do you deal with that?
Definitely. No, that's a wonderful question. And so the way that we handle it at Ternary is, we make sure that we're up to date on the most recent versions. So when they get released, they have an open source GitHub project where they track all of these changes. And we've actually officially supported that connector, which is, the data converter that they help, they help put together. So we run that data converter against not only the current information we have, but the historical data. Because I don't want to say with 100% certainty that cloud providers don't ever add new pieces of data to their detailed bills, but it's pretty rare. So, at least to this point, anytime the foundation has made a different version of the Focus spec, it's just adding additional columns that were already present. So you can support that new version and historically reprocess your historical files. And then that way it's going to still get you into that new supported version with the additional dimensions or additional metrics that are available, and get that value. I will say that because the CSPs themselves were initially reluctant to support this, they're maybe not as quick to get the new versions out, right? So if you're using one of the officially supported versions of those Focus files, they're most likely going to be on a bit of a delay to get you the the latest and greatest.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen when the release, especially with the 1.0, it takes some time, especially on multiple providers. So we hope that increments, but I know it should be complex to do so as well. Another question from Ricardo is that a nice topic in the future is how do you implement chargeback when you are just doing showback, a process or framework to get you there. Yeah, probably that's a very good topic to have a session upon, like how do you transform that without breaking your company in the middle.
Yeah, that one's tough, because when you're doing showback, it feels like it's a very unblamed type game, right?
Yeah.
It's just, okay, here's where money was spent, but when it's charged back, people are now held accountable. And then people can get upset when the fingers get pointed at them for erroneous or egregious spend.
Yeah, but I think it's, it's the fair game. Like everyone starts from what they use, and that's it. Softback is fine for the informational side and on early stages, but you should transition and communicate properly that you are going to charge back to the cost that you're doing, because it otherwise it doesn't feel fair. One question about I'm not sure if it's about Ternary or if it's about Focus, is that how is it different from the AWS provided Kudos dashboard? So maybe that's related to the Ternary dashboard. I don't know if you can clarify what the differences and the advantages.
Yeah, and I would say, maybe not even unique to Ternary, but a lot of these third-party tools support the detailed billing data source from CSPs. And if we're going to speak about terms, AWS, when you look at their Cost Explorer, it does have some limitations where it's generally, a couple dimensions and a few metrics, and they don't give you the full column list that is also available in the detailed billing export. So they have maybe, 30 or 40 columns available. And I will say that as a free tool, it's a good resource, and I think it's a good starting point, and it's nice to be able to reference and get value from. But if you have a decent to significant amount of monthly spend, it starts to be, its lack of functionality starts to, really be understood, because it doesn't have that level of detail and granularity that you need to be able to see on your daily basis to start to build out, accurate forecasts and budgets and get that, near real-time feedback from all of your information in your spend, just because they're giving you a smaller subset of the larger file that they provide to you in the Cost Explorer. It does have some great tools. I just think that for companies that are spending, small to medium amounts, it's probably going to be fine. But once you get into a bigger monthly spend, and then even beyond that, if you're in multi-cloud, then you're going to have to juggle two different tools and, experience the differences between those two. And it's like, well, maybe Google's portal, you're going to have to configure a different way, and you're also going to be using different dimensions and different metric names. So it just requires a level of understanding and, expertise with those reports to be able to get the same insight. Whereas the whole goal of Focus is to be able to say, hey, I'm taking multiple different schemas and data sources and normalizing that into a single language so that I can combine all of those and stack them together. And then I can just look at, hey, what's my compute cost across all clouds? And then if you're using maybe meaningful business units via tags or labels, you can start to zoom in and say, okay, so for my, web workloads, Web.UI workloads, whatever you want to call that business unit, I can see the costs for the last month across all the cloud providers and get that visibility and be able to start to do more accurate showback and chargeback.
That's totally true. I think the multi-cloud topic is, one of the basically that's why FinOps Focus existed. So definitely. And one last question about BigQuery cost. So Malek is asking about the granularity of the Ternary tool on BigQuery. So if you want, you can reply to it after the session to provide a more detail, or you can go down directly. But if you have any comments, you feel free to do it, and then you can dive deep.
Yeah, happy to give a more detailed response, but I didn't actually show it off in the demo, but BigQuery is one of the data sets that we support outside of Focus, because BigQuery currently isn't included in the Focus data set because it does have, has jobs and slots and other kinds of details that it has. So that's actually an additional data source that we go and we collect from Google and we pull into our platform, and you would just select it as a different option to be able to start to query and see that information.
Okay.
But happy to provide more detail.
Feel free to reply in the question, or directly reach out to Malek about it. And thanks for the talk, and for the thoughtful questions. I'm going to set some rating. I'm sure that you're going to get a lot of good rates on that stuff. So thanks a lot for being in the event, and a pleasure to have you here today.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me.
Cool. So sometime to we have a couple of minutes to relax. So that's my major break that I can provide you today. Sorry, the amount of talk is crazy. I wanted everyone to be part of this. So I think it's turned off Assaf. So Assaf, whenever you are ready, you can share.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. So the floor is yours. Give it 1 minute to the people to rest a bit, and you can start.
I hope you're seeing my screen. That's not a problem.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let me close the voting and feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, my name is Assaf. I'm going to be speaking about. I've listened to many of the talks here, and my approach for this talk is about something a bit different than what we were talking, because I'm not going to be talking about technical aspects. I'm going to be talking about something that people forget and neglect when they're talking with management or talking about a project that management wants them to talk. Now, first of all, why am I talking here? This is just a little bit about me. I've been in FinOps for the last 7 years. I'm certified from technology base and from the FinOps certification, but I hate talking about myself, so we'll move on forward. Right. FinOps is a collaborative event, and everybody knows that when we're talking about FinOps, we're talking about collaboration. But selling that collaboration into management take is something difficult. And I noticed that most of the problems occur when we're trying to do the forecasting and the budgeting. I know that most of us, or hope a lot of us, are doing more than just the rate limitation with waste management and buying commitments. We're also tasked with building a cloud budget and forecast for our organizations. I know that also that many people, when they're tasked with building a budget, they're going for 3 factors when they're calculating those forecasts and predictions: the current spend, the roadmap, what are we going to build, what is the plan for next year, what are we going to do, and they're going for the organization personas to take those informations. Now we're going to take a look. We're going to take a look at the personas that the FinOps Foundation have outlined in the last 5 years. I'm sure all of us are familiar with those, and most of us have looked at this and either collaborated with most of them or working closely with some of them. Could be that some of them are this within the FinOps team within the organization. But I stipulate that when we start doing budgets, something is missing from that picture and those personas. I'll let you look at it again, and I'll let it sink in for about a minute, less. And then we're going to discuss what I'm thinking is missing. Right? Okay, we'll go back to that one. When we're looking at the roadmap, we're talking to the product, we're looking to the R&D with development, automation, testing, and as Erik mentioned, we should talk to the solution architects when about the development of the product. But still, what is missing from that picture? Who do we include? Let's take a look at it again. Now, I'm going to outline who I think is missing from this picture, and some people might actually say, why? HR. When you're trying to build a budget, you're hiring people. It needs to come into account of how many people are going to be in the company. When you're born to the cloud company, you're working with Kubernetes in the cloud, working in CI/CD in the cloud, those are actual resources that will be brought into the cloud. How much SaaS licenses you will have to purchase. Those of us that deal with SaaS licenses need to make sure that those are allocated or available. Those are not usually included in the cloud budget because it's a SaaS problem, usually procurement division. How many developers will be leaving? HR knows before you guys know how many developers leave the company, and those are resources in the cloud that need to be decommissioned, and the licenses need to be reassigned to somebody else, or because we don't handle them properly, a new license was going to be bought for all the SaaS solutions, but then the person leaves and we now have a surplus of SaaS licenses, and that's a spend. How much new automation development is going to be brought in? New DevOps tools, right? Those things need to be calculated and adjusted within the budget because they're not doing in the void. They consume the resources. Now, this impact will be most felt for smaller businesses because each unique individual brings up more resources, and that impact is accumulated in the cloud. If you are spending it in a larger company, that impact might be smaller depending on your spend in the production, but the development still will grow and people will notice that. This can be up to, and in smaller companies, it can be up to 12% of your budget if you are managed. And I've actually been to a place where the case study was 300%, and we'll talk about it soon. A company working in AWS had a starting size of 20 people. And I'm talking about the technology side. Of course, there were the non-technology people, so we're not looking at them because they weren't employing things on AWS. So it was 10 developers, 3 QA, and 3 data research. The entire production value of the company was $2,000, but the R&D was $16,000. Because, as you can see in the table, each development person was costing $800, and they were recruiting by 2 per month. Again, for the data research and again, the QA. The QA were the more expensive ones because for each branch of each developer, they would bring more resources into the cloud and had to test them. At the end of the second year, the cost per developer, data researcher, and QA remained the same. Now the company grew up to 71 people, 40 developers, 16 QA, and 25 data researchers. And all of a sudden, the R&D spiked to $47,000 while the production stayed the same. And then the CTO comes and asks, how come we're spending that much money? Because they didn't budget for the growth of the employees using the resources in the cloud. Once those details were explained to them, they started understanding that they need to budget for the growth and understand when they're bringing in more resources. By the end of the second year, that company's cloud budget was 350% more than they actually turned into. They wanted to. Hence, when you're doing your budget, and I'm sorry, my last slide is gone. When you're doing your budget planning, you need to include the HR into your calculation besides the product, the current spend, and the roadmap, because the roadmap is tied into the HR hiring to know how many people will be brought to develop the new feature, how many are leaving, unfortunately, or how many researchers are going to be going into the product development that we're going to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Walid, Assaf, for the quick talk. I think HR is one of the forgotten things in freelance. I think it was something that not many of us have thought about beforehand. So please feel free to share your questions in the Q&A side. And yeah, you are getting a lot of love from this.
In the agenda, it said 20 minutes, so I tried to keep it short.
No, yeah, for sure you did, and thanks for that. I think you provided insights very, very quickly, but very valuable as well. So yeah, brilliant talk. You're getting a lot of feedback. I think it was very to the point. So yeah, I'm going to leave with Walid, but beforehand, I'm going to give you the opportunity to rate the talk, so we can get some feedback. And I think you are going to get a lot of good quality. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of good stuff. So yeah, Ricardo says, thanks for calling this out. Headcount in Cloud Build. Yeah, probably headcount is one of the most forgotten, yet if one of the largest cost drivers of any product, any development. So that's the majority of it, especially for POCs and stuff. So definitely you should take a look at that side. Okay, so thanks Assaf for the quick talk. It was a pleasure to have you today. And Walid, feel free to start whenever you have it ready, so you can share your screen whenever you want.
Yeah, just need to restart my Zoom just a second because of the sharing of the screen.
No props. Okay, yeah. Thanks. We're finishing the routing. No problem. No problem. I think everyone was waiting for a little break. So we can have a light break. It's no problem at all. We are perfectly on time, so no need to hurry, man. Okay, so in the meantime, how are you enjoying the event? Any feedback that you have on the learnings or on the event itself? What are your comments? What are your feedback so we can learn from for tomorrow and for the next edition that we'll hopefully have next year. So what are your feedback? Any comments I want to see in the chat? If you can, any honest feedback, you can drop me like personally as well. I really appreciate it.
Okay, I'm good. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, let's talk about EKS again. We already talked about it. I will present a topic which I work on. So it's related to EKS optimization and choosing between EC2 and Fargate. So a little bit of my background. So I'm an AWS solution architect for Teamwork since like 5 years. I worked on with a lot of customers to optimize, but not just that. I have a sysadmin background on Linux, so yeah, I'm pretty much an engineer working in FinOps to help customers on many projects. So first, what is Fargate? Let's start with this. A little bit of history with that. So as you know, in AWS we have ECS, and ECS was released in 2014. And from the beginning, ECS is working with EC2. In 2017, AWS released Fargate, which is another compute engine. And they released in the same time the way that we can use ECS with Fargate and next to EC2. So now we have a choice between EC2 and Fargate. Related to EKS, AWS released EKS in 2018. And the 1 year after, they released the fact that we can now deploy pods from EKS to Fargate in 2019. Based on this history, we can check, so what is Fargate under the hood? So under the hood, as most AWS services work with other managed services. So basically it's a VPC, managed by AWS. So we are not have access or are not able to see this on the console. And in this AWS managed Fargate VPC, we have pre-warm EC2 instances. So as we know, in container world, the most important thing, the most critical thing is the time to boot a container. It needs to be quick. So this is why AWS pre-warm a bunch of EC2 for that. And who managed this EC2? It's a Fargate data plane. And working with the Fargate data plane, we have the control plane, which is the brain of the system, and the data plane is taking care of the EC2 instances. So this is a classic, the classic system for Fargate with ECS. But if we want to use EKS with it, we need to make a switch between the Kubernetes world, create the switch between the Kubernetes world and the Fargate world. For that, AWS build a scheduler, a Fargate scheduler integrated in a console plane. So as we know, EKS is a Kubernetes managed services, so they handle the etcd part and the scheduling parts. So they develop internally in EKS console plane a Fargate scheduler to interact with the Fargate data plane. And if you check a little bit more what we have behind this, so in the physical server, we can see the first layer, it's a hypervisor, so managed by the EC2 service. And on top of it, you have the operating system, which is Amazon Linux. On top of it, we have the Fargate agents, which will take care of running the container, and the container runtime. So what is managed in Fargate is this part. The operating system, the Fargate agent, the containers runtime is completely managed by AWS, the lifecycle of the operating system, patches, and so on. And us, on top of that, we are deploying as a client a pod in it, and the EKS control plane will interact with the Fargate agents to schedule it. We will have just one single container per physical server because of the security. So Fargate is entering the security related to a container sharing the same operating system. So here we will always have one EC2 instance and one container behind the scene. So now why it's not why you are here related to FinOps? Why is not so much cost effective to use Fargate? So as I said, Fargate is completely managed. You don't need to take care about the nodes. You don't need to take care of patching. Pods are isolated between them, but it's not cost effective. So why? So first, daemon set is not supported. So when you need a daemon set, so in EC2 world on the right, when you need a daemon set, we have one daemon set per node. But in the Fargate world, one pod is in one node. So we need to have a daemon set for each pod you are running. And another extra cost is, like I said, there is a link between EKS and Fargate world. And to establish this link, we need to run the kubelets on the Fargate node, the kube proxy, and the container. And for that, there is a reservation of 256 megabytes of memory. We can say it's not so much important, but we will see later that it is. If you are checking the pricing model, so it's our basically, when we say that theoretically it's pretty elastic, we can switch between these different class, and in this class we can have different configuration related to memory. And as you can see with the 2 vCPU, we need to increment the memory of 1 gigabyte. So if you want 1.5, you will have at the end 2 and not 1.5 because it's not working like that. And as you can see, the pricing model is pretty simple. You are paying for a vCPU power and the gigabyte of memory power. I think the minimum is 1 minute. Saying that, let's check about comparing Fargate and EC2 theoretically, just with the number from the calculation we have. So first, we need to do something important. Is in the Fargate world, we said we are paying for 1 vCPU and a gigabyte of memory. And in EC2, no, we are paying for an instance per hour. So we need to convert the hourly cost of an EC2 instance with the CPU cost, the unit of the CPU cost, and unit of 1 gigabyte of memory. For that, I use what SCAD is using. And SCAD, which is a monitoring tool included in a cure by AWS to have the cost reporting for your container in Kubernetes and in ECS also. And this tool uses the same ratio of the cost of Fargate, which is 9:1. So we will have 9 gigabytes of memory for one CPU. And we need to watch this in some case, because if tomorrow you're using other tool like KubeCost for the cost reporting of your Kubernetes cluster, is not the same ratio. So you need to watch this, because if you want to deeply compare the usage of your CPU and memories, you need to know this ratio. And as you can see, after doing the maths, so the maths are in the AWS SCAD documentation. And when you are doing the math, CPU is 70% more expensive in Fargate than EC2, and memory is 16% more expensive. But it's not just that, because practically we need to check all the engineering behind these services, and we cannot stop here with an analysis. So let's check a real-world example. So here it's a screenshot when we have some pods running in a cluster, okay? And as you can see, for each line we have 2 things. You have Datadog agents and the pod of the application. So as I said, daemon set is not supported. So when you want monitoring, we need to have a sidecar for each pod running. And as you can see here, we have some value for CPU limits and requests. And here, let's say that for this first line, an application need 4.5 CPU and 4.5 gigabyte of memory. And as you can see on the right, what we pay for it is 8 vCPU and 16 gigabyte of memory. So why and where this information come from? So this information is, as I said, behind Fargate EC2. So we'll not pay for EC2 because it's managed services. So AWS needs to provide an information to pay the bill. And this information is an annotation for the pod, and the annotation for each pod running in Fargate. We have a capacity provision annotation. And here we have what we pay, what we really pay for a pod to run. Okay? And here we can say, okay, we are Fargate almost provision the double of what I really want. So I need 4.5 for CPU and memories. And Fargate provision the double, almost the double. Why? So let's check why in details. So let's take our real world example. So here, what we need. So as you said, here with this example, 2 vCPU and 1 gigabyte of memory. But what you can see in orange here, it's related to what I said. So for the kubelet and other components, we need 256 megabytes of memory. And for Datadog, which is act as a sidecar, you need 4.5 gigabytes of memory. And so this is for the memory, so we are good. It will provision 2 gigabytes of memory. So we are good with this. And on the other side, for the vCPU, we need 2 vCPU, but we need an extra part of the CPU for running the sidecar. And here, this is where we have the challenge with Fargate, because here, as you can see on the line, we have 2 vCPU, and the next CPU we can set up is 4. So if you need above 2 vCPU, even if the memory is okay, you need to switch to the 4 vCPU. And here, in the Fargate node, what we pay is this. So the 8 gigabyte of memory and 4 vCPU because we need 2.2. So we need to switch to this line of the bill. And at the end, we will have a loss and an unused of over provision resources, which is this much. And this is why Fargate is so much expensive, and we are losing a lot of efficiency because of the managed services. So this is why we need to analyze our workload and what we really need to use Fargate or not. I have a second example, same use case, previous case, or just one above, but here we'll have the same with 4 vCPU. We just need 4.5, and Fargate will provision 8 because we need 4.5 and not 4. And here we'll have the same, but yeah, a lot more unused and over provision resources. Okay, now we can say, okay, is the list with Fargate, but what we have in the EC2 world when we are working with EC2. So in EC2, we have many nodes in your cluster. Okay, we have a node with this characteristic, for example, 4 vCPU and 16 gigabytes of memory. What we pay is the hourly cost for this EC2. But in the cost optimization world in EC2 part, we have Carpenter, who use the request to consolidate the nodes. And here the example is we have a M5 X large instance, just 2 pods running in it, and these 2 pods can run in a large one. So Carpenter recreate the large instance, and we'll move this pod to this instance. So this is Carpenter job, and this is important to say that this Carpenter use a request, not the real usage of your pod. So here, let's take an example. Here I will have a pod with a request with 4 gigabytes of memory for request, 1 CPU, and in reality, it will use just half of it. But Carpenter will say that for one pod needed 4 gigabytes of memory, so it will consolidate with this information. I have another pod. We can take another example. I have another pod of this node which use more CPU, the CPU and memory is set up. And on the node, I have the loads and unprovisioned part. And this red part can be optimized by Carpenter by moving the nodes. And the unused parts for the pod, the first one, this unused parts, it's called, if you're using kubectl, for example, it's called the efficiency of your pod. So this is not handled by Carpenter. It's handled by the developer and the people who puts the numbers about the requests you need. So here you need to use your observability tools to say, okay, I set it up 4 GB of request of memory. I just use the 2 over the last 1 month, and I will adjust the request based on the observability. And this information are provided in kubectl, for example, and also in SCAD from AWS, and it's called the efficiency of your pod. Saying that, we can say, okay, in some case, we can use Fargate because I don't want to manage EC2 instances, and it's worth the cost. Not all the time. So here, for example, if I want to take about operational model of Fargate with EKS, there is a lot of limitation. There are a lot of limitation, which is not reliability. You need to restart the pod when Fargate, because it's a managed system. We need to restart it when we have an update on the Fargate side. We need to restart it when you update your EKS cluster. Daemon sets are not supported, so duplicated per pod per node. EBS, GPU, and take time to start. Why? Because of infrastructure behind. So this number are not coming from me. It's coming from AWS, because a lot of people complain about this in GitHub, and the answer was we're not able to optimize it because the 45 seconds just taking care of the infrastructure parts, the networking, install the component, etc. We are not able to use Fargate spots with this. We have the ability with ECS, but not with EKS. And the most important part, by default, we will not have a recommendation to right-size your pod, because Compute Optimizer is for ECS Fargate and not for EKS Fargate. So we will not have any recommendation for right-sizing your pods. So that said, the presentation said, we can, okay, when to use EKS Fargate then? So my answer is for my personal experience. Maybe you have another, but running Carpenter in it can be a good idea, because Carpenter is taking care of EC2 nodes. So if Carpenter is not on EC2 but on Fargate, it's more manageable and more secure from an operational point of view to run it in Fargate. If EKS is mandatory in your company, but you have some very hard security requirements, you can use Fargate, because as we said, we will have 1 pod per node, so we'll not have the old security topic related to isolation between pods and so on. And with add-ons, so EKS is more and more managed services, so we can install add-on and choose which compute engine you will use. And here, for example, Core DNS, we can install the add-on and say run Core DNS on Fargate, and it will be fully managed by the add-on, and you don't have to take care of anything. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, don't hesitate.
Yeah, thanks for the talk, Walid. I think it was great come from the engineer's perspective. So all of those insights were very valuable for that persona particularly. So if you have any questions, please feel free to use the questions and answers in the chat. So I'm going to see if there is any on that side. In the meantime, I think we can. We are on time, so that's totally fine. Anything? Yeah, no single question. So I'm going to start with the rating, so you can give a rate to Walid's talk whenever you want. I think it was great, so definitely hopefully people second that. Okay, so one question from Jeremy is that what about the overcost of managing EC2 instead of Fargate in terms of human time? So what are your thoughts on that, Walid?
Yeah, I talked about that a little bit in the presentation, but yeah, it's about human. With Fargate, you have to do something. It's not free of charge related to human, and you will not have to do some operational tasks related to that. So Fargate will have a lot of challenge, like the EBS volume, like the upgrade cycle, and yeah, all the limitation related to this.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the human part, as Assaf said, is one of the most forgotten in the cloud and in the FinOps side. That's why, we think that the bill is the most important thing, and then when you have like a couple of salaries that you go there, probably overcome the cost. So it's definitely something that we need to take a look at that. So yeah, some maybe we can have some 3-4 minutes of chill before we start with Peter. So since we have we are way on time. So you can share your thoughts in the chat about what you have been thinking about the event. You can grab some coffee, and you can share anything, and you can relax a bit before we continue with the follow-up session. So I know that there's been very intense content and very valuable content. So thanks to the speakers for that. Yeah, feel free to share anything in the chat or reactions, whatever. I am totally fine with it. Let me stop the screen. Okay. Yeah, just to mention the people that are connecting from the Asia region specifically, and thanks for attending the event. I know the time it's difficult for you, so please leverage the recording for the remaining talks, because we have probably some of the best reserved for these time slots. And thanks for making the effort of being up too late. So thanks for that. Yeah. Peter, are you over here so we can check everything is going?
I am.
Cool. So we can still have some time. So how have you been seeing the event? What are your impressions? What are your thoughts?
No, it's been a great event so far. I think all the presenters have had really good content and topics, and it's great to see the community come together and present what they think is important to the community. So it's been really good. So hats off to you, Victor, and whoever's been helping coordinate all this behind the scenes.
Yeah, so thanks to also to the team, to Carlos, to Damian and the rest. So yeah, it's been an effort, but I think it's the result is worthwhile, and we have the rest of the day and tomorrow. So a lot of content the community really wanted to speak. So yeah, it's been a lot. So definitely take a look at tomorrow's and the rest of the day. So let me just quickly finish the response for this one, because we already answered that. And Peter, feel free to start when you want.
Okay. I can find the share button. There it is. All right. Hello, everybody. So I wanted to talk through kind of a small footprint from a FinOps team perspective and having a mighty impact on things you can do with your FinOps organization early on that matter the most as you mature and as you grow. So let me get to my agenda here. So I'll do a brief introduction, go over some context for the presentation because it is a little different than the previous ones. I'm not going to use a bunch of buzzwords. I'm not going to dive deep into the technical analysis of a service or anything else. I'm going to speak very basically on the FinOps function, what to do, how to grow it, etc. Establishing that strong foundation, influencing your architecture and deployment teams, celebrating success, exploring Cloud Plus, and then just kind of wrap up at the end. So a little bit about myself. I am a manager of FinOps and M&A at IEM Manufacturing. Previously, I was at UKG for almost 20 years in a variety of progressive roles. Lastly, being the leader of their FinOps organization, as well as their cloud services organization. So I started kind of on the tech side, very tech forward software, the largest HCM product that's privately held in the world. And then now I am at a smaller organization doing FinOps as well and kind of seeing the other side of it, right? So kind of the two different scales. Most FinOps materials that you see, presentations that you watch currently, are about the new shiny objects. They're about the new technologies, the new cloud natives that are out there, the Kubernetes, the everything that's out there that everybody wants to use, AI, obviously. And one thing that I've noticed as I've started working with other organizations that may not be as tech forward is they try to get FinOps off the ground. They go out to the FinOps organization website, they do a quick search of FinOps, and there's this overwhelming amount of information. What is that distilled down? What does that look like? How do I get things off the ground, right? A lot of these teams have multiple responsibilities. They're not just a FinOps team. They're also your IT backbone. They're your finance team sometimes, right? And then suddenly they're tapped on the shoulder saying, hey, we're using this new cloud thing. We need to start reporting on it. How do we understand what we're actually doing? How do we understand our cost and our growth, which is what FinOps is, right? So large tech is handled one way. There's dedicated teams, there's dedicated resources. Smaller organizations across multiple industries, think manufacturing, healthcare, construction, et cetera, have to approach it a little differently. So if you're a seasoned practitioner, if you're part of a larger organization that has a large, robust FinOps team, enjoy your break, go get a cup of coffee, et cetera. But if you're just starting out, if you're trying to figure out what steps do I need to take to get into FinOps, this is what I wanted to kind of cover over the next 15 minutes or so. So what do you do first, right? You want to establish a strong foundation. Foundation is key to everything, both buildings as well as teams, as well as relationships. So naming and tagging, it's obvious. There are tools out there to help you if you don't have a naming and tagging standard. But naming and tagging is key to FinOps. Everybody out there will say can't do any reporting unless you have a name or a tag, right? So getting that established is, as a standard upfront, is key. I lived through a tagging nightmare of millions of assets, no tags, trying to get those tagged. That project started 4 different times over the course of about 5 years and never got to more than about 92% tagged. So it is a very important thing to get upfront. Automated is obviously best, but getting something out there, even in small environments, helps tremendously. And then retention policies. A lot of organizations don't even think about retention until suddenly they run out of hard drive space, or your storage bill runs up because you've got files from 15 years ago that nobody's touched, or somebody said, hey, we might need those one day. Retention policies are important not only for compliance, but also from a security perspective, as well as just general maintenance and cost perspective. Second would be deploy tooling. There's a ton of FinOps tools out there. If you had asked, 6, 7 years ago, what do I do to start reporting? There weren't a lot of tools on the market. People were building their own. I did an entire presentation on building your own tool at FinOpsX a few years ago because nothing on the market at the time fit the needs that we had. Now there are dozens of tools out there. They're all very good. They all have their strengths. And so find a tool that will provide you the basic reporting, take the guesswork out of the reporting, and help you advance past that first step. When your cloud spend is low, your tool cost is low as well. Usually at that stage, they are a percentage of your spend. So you're able to deploy a tool, try it, test it out. If it doesn't work, you simply stop using it and switch to something else. So use the old adage of fail fast. Deploy something. If it doesn't work for your needs, you can't get it to work the way you want, or there's something out there that does it better. Pivot, switch. It's not a huge investment. and you can find something that works for you while you're small. Once you get to the 6, 7, 8 figures of cloud spend a year, it is a lot harder to switch tools, not only from a data perspective, but also a cost perspective, because then you run into set budgets and things like that. And also apply FinOps principles to your tool selection. You don't need to go out and buy something that has a full DevOps solution, a Kubernetes management platform, all of that embedded into it if you don't need it. Find something that fits what you need. If you don't have Kubernetes and you just need reporting, find something that has that reporting. Obviously there's different pricing for different tools. Maybe it'll save you some money on the tool as well, but you don't need every bell and whistle to just get off the ground with your FinOps journey. You can always upgrade to those later. The organization comes out and says, hey, we're advancing. We're going to move cloud native. We're going to do Kubernetes. That's when you show, hey, I can still do this reporting, or I need to advance my tooling to support the Kubernetes move or other technologies that are out there. And then building that reporting. So great, you have a tool, you can understand where your spend is. Now you build and share those reports. And I would say overshare those reports. Start creating them, sending them out, asking for feedback, asking if anybody has questions. You're building awareness and understanding of what cloud is. Expect questions. Expect people to come and say, I don't know what this means, or what about this? And modify those reports and build them so that everybody's on the same page, everybody understands your spend, and you can track it month over month. It shows the value of what you're doing, it shows the value of the tooling, but also the overall concept of we are tracking our spend, we're keeping an eye on it, and we are doing what we can to support the business. And then introducing yourself to relevant teams. So usually wearing multiple hats. You're supporting IT, you're approving invoices for finance, you are working with architecture on what they need from a hardware software perspective, or engineering. You want to introduce yourself with a FinOps persona, in a FinOps persona conversation. So yes, I've been the one you come to for all your IT needs. I'm the one you come to for all your approvals for IT. Now I'm coming to you with a cost-conscious lens. I want to talk through how we're building things, what we're buying, what we're putting where, and building that cohesive unity within the organization to approach these topics and these subjects together. If things are fractured, it's very hard to make progress. If you're knocking on the door to engineering saying, hey, we need to retool this because it's costing way too much money, and you've never brought it up to them before, they're not gonna open the door. They don't want to. They have tech debt to deal with. They have other things to deal with. And I know other presenters have talked about working with engineering and other teams. That is key. And it's easiest to do that up front. Everybody's on the same page, even in the same room, talking about it, working together on it. What details do you want to see on the spend reporting? How can I help you understand what your impacts are to our spend? And that's across every department, mostly within the organization. Again, from accounting to engineering to architecture to DevOps to, depending on the organizations, depending on which ones those have, but you get the idea. That leads right into influencing those architecture and deployment conversations. So, if you're just lifting and shifting, there may not be a whole lot of architecture going on. Yes, we're spinning up some VMs, we're connecting the network, we're lifting and shifting. You may be limited on what you can do to reduce some of that spend or optimize. But you lift and shift in, and then you review and watch, and then you optimize. Use the recommendations, look at other options for those existing applications that are now running in the public cloud. Even though there's a lot of cloud native stuff out there, there's a ton of really cool applications and systems now running off of cloud native solutions. There's even more on-prem solutions or on server solutions that are running in public cloud as a lift and shift. That is still a massive amount of the workloads in public cloud, and there's still a lot to go. There's a lot of stuff sitting on servers under people's desks. There's a lot of stuff sitting in data rooms. There's a lot of stuff sitting in data centers that has not moved yet. So this is going to be an ongoing thing, no matter what organization you're at, unless you're at a net new OpenAI or cloud native organization. You're going to have stuff that needs to get moved due to end of life of hardware, due to company goals. So you're going to work on lifting and shifting and then optimizing after that. You're going to notice spend reporting on all my slides. It is probably the most efficient way of spreading knowledge, but also awareness of what spend is. Overshare those reports, copy people on those reports that may or may not be interested until they say, hey, I really don't need this, or hey, can you share this with this person as well? Showing things like compute. virtual machine usage, network bandwidth utilization, and how we're expanding our footprint and our cost is important to everybody within the organization. And then being at the table for those architecture discussions. Okay, we lifted and shifted one of our key applications into the public cloud. Now we want to take it and move it to a cloud native service, or we want to upgrade it to something else that we have to design. If you've already been in conversation around the cost of what it takes to run it as is, if you've already established those relationships, it's a natural conversation to have about, okay, now we're looking to do this. What is the cost difference? What are the pros and cons? And then what do we also need to do from a DR perspective now? When we had this in our data center, we just put it on tape, walk out the door and put it in a safe somewhere. And that was our DR strategy. Now we don't have that option. What do we do? Well, from a FinOps perspective, obviously you want DR to be there and not everything US West 1 or US East 1. But also you don't want to separate your app and your database. If you separate your app and your database, you have latency problems, but also you run the risk of higher ingress and egress costs between your regions or interregional costs. An architect that's not as familiar with public cloud, or somebody that's just learning it, may not realize that and just think, well, if I put my app and my DB in separate zones or separate regions, that's our DR strategy. And FinOps can come in and say, well, from a cost perspective, we run into these additional costs. Let's look at something else. Can we use a DR service? Can we use a replication, something like that? So that regardless of what the project is, there's the ability for FinOps to influence the direction. Another big one is celebrating every success. So regardless of how small the company is, regardless of how small the FinOps team is or the IT team, celebrating success is very important, from the biggest companies down to the smallest, right? It helps build unity, build traction, and build awareness to what FinOps is trying to do. Something that is, let's say you have some detached disks that got skipped by a cleanup script or not looked at all, costing you $3,000 a month in your $10,000 a month subscription. By calling those out, working with the DevOps or IT team to get those cleaned up, you've suddenly saved 30% of your cloud bill for that subscription. To a massive IT organization, that's a drop in the bucket. It may not even make a savings report, right? But to a smaller organization that is focused on growth and watching these dollars very, very closely, that's a huge win. And that is something to celebrate across the entire organization, right? A 30% cost savings on what we've been doing in public cloud, a big step forward, lessons learned, and we can move on. So every success is important, and it's equally important to acknowledge those that helped with that success. So by calling out engineers or teams or even just the overall group that worked on the effort, builds unity, it builds awareness, and gets them motivated to do more. Next time you go knock on the door and say, hey, I have this suggestion based on the reporting that I'm doing of doing XYZ because it could save cost. If those engineers have already seen the benefits and have had them celebrated, they're much more willing to sit down, look at the options, and say, yes, let's do this, or let's dedicate time to it, versus, nope, don't talk to us, we're engineers. You know, we'll just keep doing what we're doing. If they don't realize the impact it has to the business and the celebration that comes with it if we celebrate all of our successes. And then there's Cloud Plus, right? So Cloud Plus is the new thing, which is everything outside of public cloud that is SaaS to track. Again, you'll see cost reporting. Like I said, it's on every one of my slides. This is intentional. It is very important to build this into your reporting as much as possible. So a lot of SaaS organizations out there are starting to support Focus. They're starting to support third-party FinOps tooling. So it's important to embed everything in there. Are you using OpenAI? Are you playing with OpenAI and you want to see how much that costs in addition to your public cloud? Connecting your tool to it and running those, adding that to your reports, even at a very high level. You may not have to go down to the per request or per answer level, but just the total cost to show, hey, our playground is costing us X amount of money. And then we can monitor that and see as we change things, benefits the organization as a whole. You can plan your AI strategy, you can build all of that. And that goes for all of those SaaS tools out there, the Databricks, the Snowflakes, the other ones that you can connect to. This also allows you to find areas of opportunity for excess spending in SaaS. Are you using different tools for the same purpose? Are you using Power BI and Tableau? Are you doing different things that you could consolidate under one product that you already have a license for, or switch off of a more expensive license to a cheaper license, things like that. So FinOps can uncover other savings opportunities outside of public cloud within the SaaS environments to benefit the company as a whole, benefit the bottom line, and show FinOps worth within the organization. One tip I do have, as well, is when you're selecting that FinOps tool, and again, using your FinOps principles to do it, a lot of those FinOps tools connect to third parties automatically, or you can integrate with them. So find one that has some of those third parties already integrated in with their platform or on their roadmap that you can then deploy. And then all you have to do is add your connection. You don't have to deploy another tool. You don't have to do exports. You don't have to do imports. It saves you a lot of time on the long run. And most FinOps tools now support a lot of those integrations. So better to do it up front than try to find a workaround or merge data together. Even with the great advances of AI, merging data together from different data sets is still somewhat cumbersome. So I try to avoid it at all costs. And by integrating it with a single tool, single platform, I found I'm able to get clear reports, defined reports, consistent reports for my stakeholders. And really, that's it. I just wanted to, again, take a step back, look at the fundamentals, look at some of the suggestions, and give some advice on those starting their journey or just finding out about FinOps. So thank you for the time.
Sorry, I was on mute. My bad. So thanks, Peter, for the talk. I think you highlighted a lot the reporting and all the information. I think when we talk in the panel about the context that these reports needs to go, I see Frank over there, so Frank will provide a lot of insight. So there is definitely a lot of insights on the reporting topic and what I said about the on the engineering side, that it's all about the incentive. You can say it in the economical way, in the business way, also in the emotional way. Like you can gamify, people can play around and people can leverage that for creating a better culture for that. And engineers talking as one is like, we are not the evil or whatever.
Right.
We have our incentives, we have our goals, and we are measured for certain things. If you want to measure because about the cost performance, then you make it a requirement. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions to Peter and share some love to it. I'm going to give it some the rating so people can share you the feedback. I'm going to fix my headphones because they are in transparency, not for reason. Okay, now they are great. Okay, cool. Cool. So yeah, a lot of good notes. Yeah, I think it was wonderful. A lot of content in there. So as mentioned before, we are going to try, and I'll try to share. You cannot vote. Yeah. That's a pity about the panelist. So we are going to try and share all the slide decks as soon as I can compile them. I'm going to share first the recordings to the ones that were registered, and then I will try to share everything probably in a follow-up newsletter or in an email to the registrants, so that you can get access to it, because there is a lot of value in the slides. So yeah, thanks for creating this, Peter.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, I'm going to close the survey, and Corey, whenever you are ready, you can start, because we are good ahead of time. So it's going to be
We
good.
are ahead of time. My goodness. Oh, let me make
Yeah,
sure.
it's the first time I can
level
never
this.
thought that a 6-hour event could be ahead of time after 4 hours.
Yeah, we have fun with it, so why not? I got my slides done a whole half hour in advance, doing a comedy of escalatingly poor errors. But all right, let's see what we can come up with. That should be working now. Terrific. Okay. Whackity schmackity do. Okay, so the state of health insurance in the United States is, there's no other way to describe it, barbaric. Do I live to see tomorrow? Somehow becomes an investment decision of all things. And it's one of the only scenarios in the world where you not only find out about how much something costs, but you do it after you've already consumed the service. And it can be from anywhere from nothing to ruinously expensive. That has nothing in particular to do with anything. I just thought I'd throw a non sequitur in there with all the subtlety of a 2x4 to the snout. This talk is about negotiating cloud contracts, specifically on the AWS side. I'm Corey Quinn. I am the chief cloud economist at Duckbill. I host the Screaming in the Cloud podcast. I write the Last Week in AWS newsletter, and we help companies with managing their FinOps challenges. A good part of that, and majority these days, has been through contract negotiation, which, as I'm about to go into, can be a bit nuanced. This is not a sales pitch. It is not a vendor talk. This is me having seen tens of billions of dollars of contracts negotiated now, and I need to vent to people to at least have some perspective on what the hell it is that I do for a living. So thanks for welcoming me here today to group therapy. You will regret it. Remember, you asked me. Let's start with a truth that's going to hurt some people. Companies regularly are negotiating contracts worth $500 million or more, and they walk into the negotiation thinking that they are hot shit. They think that they can make demands. They think that their spend gives them leverage, and they walk out with the exact same terms as their last deal. Why? Because today, $500 million is basically a rounding error for AWS. They did roughly $100 billion in revenue last year, and they're continuing to climb dramatically. You're not special because increasingly nobody is. And it helps to internalize this before you start down the path of negotiating these things. Here's the brutal math for you. An overwhelming majority of AWS customers who have contracts in place get the standard deal, and that is north of $1 million a year in spend ish. And then you generally climb the discount table, ranging from what retail rate is to enterprise contracts. And that starts again at about $1 million to get a pre-approved rate card or two. And that's more or less your lot in life. When you cross around $10 million a year or $30 million over 3 years, until you get there, don't try to negotiate super hard because you're not going to get custom anything. You're going to frustrate your account manager and accomplish little else. Right around $30 million in contract value is where the strategic customer engagement or SCE team or the deal desk, that's when they start to show up on these. They've done hundreds of these as individuals, not as an org. Below that, you're dealing with your account manager. And I love account managers, but most of them have done a handful of these deals across their entire career. My account manager rotates out every 3 months or so. Presumably it's some form of hazing at AWS. So it helps to understand where you fall in this positioning because it will save you a lot of pain to go in with a realistic approach. Good Lord, I can't even, slide challenges, the fun. So here's something no one really wants to talk about here. And that is that the party's sort of over here. Remember when AWS would give you an amazing deal just to get your logo on their website, and being a recognizable brand or a giant company meant you got very special treatment? That's over. Post-COVID, AWS has been systematically normalizing all of those sweetheart deals. The first health insurance company on AWS got incredible terms, presumably. COVID saw a number of name brand companies get a lifeline when they were circling the drain. But renewal after renewal, AWS starts to pull these deals back toward a median. And that doesn't happen all at once. They're not being monsters here, but the trajectory is very clear in that eventually everyone is going to pay close to market rate for their level of spend. So increasingly, unless you're doing something truly strategic and unique, and you're the darling of the industry right now, you're going to get market terms. And that's more or less the end of the story. Being big does not cut it on its own. So go into it with your eyes open because you're not going to get the Netflix circa 2012 deal going for you. That window has long since closed. So where does that leave you if you're not special? You have 3 points of leverage, and that's it. No more, no less. The first is your future growth. AWS would rather have $10 million a year for a decade than $100 million right now. They want the commitment. They're playing the long-term game here. So if you lock in your growth trajectory, they're willing to talk. The second is competition. If you've got workloads on GCP or Azure, or you're seriously considering doing that, it gets their attention because they want to box out the competition. This is your biggest lever if you actually have alternatives. Understand that you absolutely must have a viable threat here, and we will come back to this later, but it's hard to move existing workloads. But doing a new workload takes basically the stroke of a whiteboard marker for you to decide that it's going to go somewhere else. And the third is your logo. They want to be able to say that you're a customer. They want you on stage at reInvent. They want case studies and press releases and executive quotes and breakfast cereal deals and floor wax. Understand that they do care about your logo, just not as much as you care about your logo. So there's some balance here. But that's it. That's the whole game. Everything you negotiate comes down to trading these three things for better economics as part of the bargain that you strike with AWS. If you don't have at least one of these things, then you're not negotiating. You are effectively just going through a dance where the outcome is preordained and they know all the steps. It leads to an interesting place. So let me give you an actual real world story here, obviously without names attached. I can tell names in some cases, or I can tell stories, but never both. But this is an entertainment company. We hit a sticking point in the negotiation where Amazon was refusing to play ball on some of the things that they were asking for. And as a part of our talking with the customer, we found that a significant portion of their spend was reasonably portable. So we asked how quickly that they could move some of this to a different provider, and they said this afternoon. Right. Are you posturing? No, literally this afternoon. So we said, cool. Let's move 40% of this workload to another provider over the next week. So inside of a week, they wound up moving $100 million a year in spend, annualized, from AWS elsewhere. And before the week was out, Amazon, for some unknown reason, was suddenly, for reasons that are unbeknownst to us, willing to play ball again and give them everything they asked for, and kind of kicking their door off the hinges to have that conversation with them. It's not enough to threaten. You have to be willing to follow through on that threat. It must be credible, because everyone thumps their chest and threatens to move. No one does it. There is a counterexample here. We have another customer, similar size. They pay a lot to Amazon, and they have a bunch of Amazon technical account managers, or TAMs, embedded throughout the organization. This is awesome for their engineering teams because they can work in close collaboration with the provider. But when it came time to renegotiate, AWS already knew all about their plans and their architecture. So when we explored talking about competitive threats, it couldn't go anywhere because Amazon already knew that those threats would not be credible. Now, this is a delicate situation where two things can be true at once, because Amazon is your partner and you should treat them that way. But that doesn't mean that they need to know everything. Now, I also want to call out that what made this work for the first company is almost unrepeatable. It's a sort of a lightning strike. It was a specific workload of strategically important spend. They had a very credible alternative, and there were real stakes here because their business depended on this. It wasn't a bluff. It wasn't, we're evaluating our choices. It was, watch that workload evaporate and then talk to us. So there's an increasing order of impact here. You can start with empty threats. This will get you absolutely nothing. They've heard 5 of those already today. Amazon believes you might do things. This is the next tier where they're evaluating a new provider for net new. Like, we're doing some AI stuff. There, that's the one mention of AI that we have to have in every talk in 2025 as legally required. So we have this AI workload, and we haven't decided if it's you or if it's going to be on GCP. It's credible because they don't have that spend yet, and it could go anywhere. It's up in the air. But the best is actually proving it, and that's hard. Nothing hits quite like watching 9 figures of your spend evaporate as a negotiating tactic. But here in the real world, most of us cannot actually pull that off, nor should being able to do this become a strategic engineering objective. It is way harder than it sounds, because the only reason this company could do it is because of a strategic business consideration that changed how that workload was structured, architected, and built from day one. That is the kind of leverage that moves the needle. Being generic doesn't work. Credible threats do. Know the difference and don't sound foolish. So When do you renegotiate a contract? Because most folks have already done one of these, or it's in place, or it's grown organically. And there are a few times where you want to consider this. The first is obviously hypergrowth, if you're or significant growth acceleration. If you're crushing your commitment, when you hit your total contract value midway through your cycle, that's when you renegotiate. You've committed to $100 million in spend over 5 years, and you hit it in year 3. That's the time. You have fulfilled your end of the bargain you struck with Amazon. They now need to lock in all that vulnerable future spend. You have leverage here. If you're basically on track, then you're going to renew when your contract expires. You want to start that conversation roughly 6 months before expiration, because that's when they start to look back and care about these things. And if something has changed, if you've acquired a company or launched a major new product, or your business model has fundamentally changed, that's a trigger regardless of when it happens. One other thing to be aware of when you're doing this is that AWS thinks in terms of total contract value over time, not annualized commitments. Understand that distinction because it changes a lot of things. So the way that the contract negotiation starts, and people often don't realize this is what's happening, is you'll get a request from AWS to share your demand plan. And this is the start of the dance, and many folks blow it because they don't see it for what it is. At AWS, nothing gets approved. Nothing gets decided, and nothing even starts until they have a demand plan. It is the first conversation you will have either with the deal team or with your account manager, where the source for that can vary. And what people get wrong here is they think they need to lowball everything and hide their growth plans. This is stupid. AWS is not going to hold you to speculation. They're not going to make you commit to things you're not comfortable committing to. That is literally one of the team's core tenets. What they want is transparency. They want to understand your run rate business, the predictable stuff. They want to know about new projects, even if they're in various stages of planning. And here's why. They want to find ways to incentivize continued growth on their platform. They understand you're not going to be able to commit to something that's not fully baked. But what they can do is incentivize you to do that project quickly, to move it forward, to do it big, and to do it on AWS when you're ready. So don't play games and be transparent, but be strategic in how you frame it. And for the love of God, prepare for this before your first meeting, because nothing screams amateur hour like showing up completely unprepared for the negotiation. If you can't spot the sucker at the poker table, it's you. There's some nuanced stuff here. They're going to send you their version of your demand plan, and it's super sophisticated. They look at your usage and they slap 20% year-over-year growth across every service. And the majority of folks go, okay, sure, that looks good. Don't be most customers here. Share your forecast. Ideally 3 years, because that's what most people can plan for, but fine, shoot for the moon on a 5-year if you need to. But be strategic in how you present it. A big migration. Maybe you see that happening in year 3 instead of in year 2 when you think you're going to do it. That gives you room to accelerate it when they want concessions. If you think you're going to grow 50%, maybe show 40%. When they come back asking for a bigger commitment, you can discover additional growth that aligns perfectly with their incentives. It's funny how that works. Just please don't do the 20% across everything. That's lazy. That's what people do when they don't really understand their infrastructure. S3 usage for you might be growing at 12%, EC2 at 8%. That new data analytics workload that for some godforsaken reason uses CloudWatch logs as a database, maybe that one's 20%. The details matter here. It helps you build business cases for service-specific discounts later on. So do yourself a massive favor and understand how your top 10 services are growing before you talk to AWS. Or don't, and wonder why your deal sucks. There's one other lever that people like to forget exists, and that's publicity, because there are tiers to this. The basic line is being referenceable. They can say that you're a customer. This is boring. This is standard. If you're important enough, you might find your logo on the reInvent eye chart of customer logos they love to put up there. Next, you got preferred provider, which means in your official communications around cloud, AWS is referred to as your preferred cloud provider. That has value. And the last, of course, is exclusive, where they're your only cloud, all in on AWS. That means no GCP, no Azure that you're willing to admit to in public, and that has even more value. Then you can pile add-ons onto this. Case studies where your CTO talks about how amazing AWS is. Executive statements, press releases, speaking slots at reInvent. Apropos of absolutely nothing, the only two companies that talked on stage about deploying Trainium at reInvent last year were Anthropic and Apple. You know, Apple, the one that's famous for giving testimonials for all of their vendors. Yeah, wonder what happened there. All of this stuff has value in the negotiation. Each level up, each add-on, it does matter. Now, my advice on this, which almost no one follows, but everyone should, is to save the publicity discussion for the end. Get everything else locked down. Get your discount structure, get your commitment terms, get your rate cards, get your investment credits, and then pull out publicity. You know what? We'd be willing to do a case study if you could improve the S3 discount by another 2%, because we're doing something really interesting here. It's pure margin for you at this point. You were probably going to talk about this stuff anyway, so you may as well get paid for it. But people lead with it naively, you know, like idiots, and then they have nothing left to trade. Don't give it away. So an increasing question we see across the board now is when that everyone asks, well, what happens if you don't miss your commit? There's a simple answer here, and it's you get a bill. AWS has started sending shortfall payment invoices, and it's not theoretical anymore. But Corey, what about COVID? AWS was flexible then. Yes, COVID, global pandemic, macroeconomic catastrophe. AWS broke all the rules because everyone was struggling. That's why, and the why matters. If you're in trouble because of circumstances beyond your control, a market crash, industry-wide disruption, alien invasion, AWS has shown that they can be flexible. They can also extend your term. Okay, in the spirit of partnership, we'll give you 6 more months to hit that number, sometimes with a small additional spend to extend the contract. But here's the critical part now. You cannot bet on this. You can't guarantee it. You can't go into a contract thinking, if we don't hit it, I'm sure they'll work with us. That's a gamble with your company's money. Don't do that without, significant executive approval. Assume that you are on the hook for every penny that you're committing to in the term that you commit to spending it. If you're not comfortable with that level of risk, don't sign the deal. I've now seen too many finance teams get surprised by shortfall bills. Don't be one of them. Let's talk about the one thing that kills more deals than anything else. Timing. The rule's simple and it's brutal. Contracts must be signed by the 20th of the month to be effective on the 1st of the following month. Not the 25th, not the 30th, the 20th. But Corey, surely there's flexibility. Stop. There is a secret extension process where you can get until month end, but it requires special approval, and your account manager internally needs to pre-negotiate the entire deal in conjunction with the deal desk and get sign-off from basically God. Don't bet on it. Don't plan for it. Don't count on this. Work your internal processes and be realistic. Now, starting from scratch, the minimum realistic timeline to get a deal done is 3 months. 6 months is safer for anything big, and that is active negotiation. This is for commercial. If you're public sector, you can generally multiply everything by 3. Last time I counted noses, their deal desk for pub sector was 5 people. Every modification we've seen there takes 3 weeks, and that's not an exaggeration. And then, so you have a great call with them, and then the psychological torture starts because everyone's excited. I'll get this to the deal team right away. And then there's silence for a week. They come back and you counter immediately. And then there's silence for 10 days. This is normal. This is how it works. Every change goes through review because every modification needs approval. Start early. Start way earlier than you think you're going to need to, because the only speed that AWS knows is hurry up and wait. If you don't believe me, try and do a CloudFront deployment. Okay, so we're coming close to the end of time, so let me wrap this up with nonsense that actually matters here. The first is to know what tier you're in of spend. If you're not 10 million a year, you're getting a standard deal. Accept it. Move on with your life. You have bigger fish to fry. The second is understand your leverage. Growth, competition, and publicity are your 3 cards. Please play them wisely. The third is to use competition only if it is credible as a threat. We might use Google is worthless. This workload is going to Google unless you do X is valuable. Know the difference. Number 4, time it right. If you're hitting your total contract value early, renegotiate immediately because that's when you have power. 5, prepare your demand plan before they ask you for it. Focus on the top 10 services that you're using. Don't be the person that agrees to 20% across the board. You should also probably know what those top 10 services are. 6, start early, 6-month minimum, because the 20th of the month deadline is real and it will absolutely screw you because nobody wants to do a month of on-demand. 7, assume you're on the hook for every penny. Don't bet on flexibility. Don't gamble with company money. And that's what it is. Write them down, actually follow them, and your CFO will thank you for it. So a final thought here before we wind up wrapping on this. After you sign your contract, you still have to work with these people for years. Your account manager is still going to be there, presumably. The service teams will still be there. So don't burn bridges for an extra percentage point. Their philosophy on this is dead simple. Discounts in exchange for committed spend. They are not trying to squeeze every dollar out of you this quarter. They want predictable long-term revenue. They care more about slow money over time than fast money once because they play the long game. Your leverage will not come from threats. It's going to come from understanding what you care about and what they care about, and then structuring a deal that works for both sides. This isn't a vendor relationship anymore, not as you traditionally understand that in procurement. When AWS is your second or third biggest operating expense, they become a partner. Whether you like it or not, negotiate accordingly. Or don't, and wonder why your deals don't ever seem to improve materially. It's your choice. Now, I am happy to take questions in the chat. I will hang out here for a while, but honestly, I'm more interested in hearing about your war stories. What worked that shouldn't have? What blew up in your face? What surprised you? No one talks about this, so let's learn from other people's mistakes, because God knows that I've made enough of them. Everything I've just talked about is because I've gotten it wrong at least once. So this concludes my nonsense. All right, what questions do we have hanging out in the chat?
Yeah, so we have some questions, and you can still post it over there. One is from Gregory, which is a case that is very interesting, I think, is what should we do if our contract is ending and it needs to be renewed, but our cloud usage is decreasing thanks to some projects being terminated and thanks to the FinOps team. So how do you approach this situation?
Negative growth contract. You're assuming you're not dropping below a threshold of where it's no longer eligible for discount. You'll get a worse discount at renewal time because you're committing to spend less. But they're not going to look at someone dropping $150 million a year. Oh, it's dropping down to 120. Never mind. You're just paying the list price. That's not how any of it works. It comes down to having a story around it as well. You have the option, and they can incentivize you to delay or defer parts of that migration off, presumably. You do have wiggle room. It's going to depend on the specific strategic picture of what's going on at your company, but there are always options. These are humans. Unlike a lot of the computer stuff, there is no API for talking to humans, at least not legally. So we can always find fun ways as people to solve these things. Yeah, savings plans or reservations? Yes, is the short answer to that.
There is another one about the Sourcefield bill, if it's happened in the current year or at the end of the commitment. I assume it's at the end of the commitment, right?
End of the commitment, yes. It's depends. Read your contract. Very often there are specific shortfalls, even on specific services at checkpoints. You also have annual shortfall payments when you have specific yearly commits. Understand, though, that they do care more about the long term. You can see lumpy commits if you spaced out your purchasing with 3-year reservations and bulk buys, where year 1 of the contract is large, year 2 drops down, year 3 goes up again. We've seen all sorts of lumpiness there if you need that for your financials. This is where talking to them and coming up with something that makes sense. They want to make sure they're not incentivizing you to leave, but then they also want to make sure that you're happy and that you're continuing to get value for what you're paying for. These are terrific questions, incidentally.
Definitely. And the one question that was above is, does someone here already had an answer when asking for the details of the auto-generated plan provided by AWS? Do you have an answer for that one?
Oh, yeah. When the answer, It's a spreadsheet. They punch in some very naive numbers, and the formula in the spreadsheet spits it out. That's the auto-generated demand plan. It is 20% year over year, occasionally with some modifications because there's nothing quite as suspicious as a round number. But yeah, that is directionally how it works.
Okay, yeah, pretty simple actually.
There are occasions, of course, where we're an account managers with the ball and decide, okay, let's be reasonable here. We have this giant, massive, steady state company that's done a flat commit for their last contract. They're not suddenly going to start growing 20% year over year. They're not fools. Usually, there are times we do wonder if, like, have you folks talked to each other?
And regarding there are a couple of questions about these principles and these notes about applying this to the other providers, so to Azure and GCP. I don't know if you can shine a light on that, or if
we've done some work with GCP. The challenge historically with GCP has been that AWS has this down to a science and a process. I can sit here for the start of a negotiation to the end and tell you on a week-by-week basis what's going to happen that week and how to handle it. And I look like a prophet from the future. I'm not, so far as we know. I've just done this a lot. Over in Google, it's still been more of a Wild West approach where the account managers tend to have a lot more autonomy. So it's a little more varied there. It is not as process driven. It is not as structured. And I don't touch Azure without gloves on because I'm not sure how that stuff spreads. So much of that is tied into consumption agreements, enterprise agreements that cover server software, client software, desktop operating systems, desktop publishing with your Office suite. And so much is licensing driven that I would not feel comfortable doing that without an attorney and a forensic accountant. And honestly, that's not where I like to play. I have a background building systems. I don't necessarily want to go and play auditor.
Cool. And one question that says is it true that you can't reduce or decommission AWS accounts by 10% over time in the master payer? This is very specific.
That you can't decommission them by 10%? Yeah, there's a rate limit on there as far as number of accounts you can turn off. And that's done as a safety feature. If you have a legitimate reason to turn off a swath of accounts, go ahead and talk to your account team. That has more to do with making sure that someone doesn't blindly blow away their entire company by mistake. That is a safeguard. That is not trap.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Makes all sense. And when negotiating a PPA with AWS, we are currently looking at the cost of support, and it is throwing out the cost for us. What is the likeliness of getting support waived?
Discounted is likelier than waived. There are very few exceptions to getting it waived. I don't know if I'd be able to pull that off. My spend is nowhere near enough to have this myself. I can't wait to negotiate my first one. It'll be a blast. But I'm going to get it waived on the grounds of, well, every time you respond to me, it starts with AI. So what's the deal here? I can run that myself for my Claude subscription. I get the sense that that'll go interestingly. They are likelier to bend on other areas. Also, don't over-index on specifics like that. It's a common mistake. Look at it in terms of total contract value. If they won't waive support, will they give you credits or in some other area that will wind up offsetting that? You have a lot of moving parts to some of these deals, depending on the complexity of your organization. And money is ultimately fungible. It's just how it gets expressed contractually.
Cool. Yeah, I think that will be very interesting. Like, how do you handle the support waiver? It could be very, very interesting to document.
And the question was, how can I move $100 million in 2 weeks with a 90-day decommission account policies? They didn't shut the accounts down. They just moved a few 100,000 instances from to other providers. This specific workload was able to be reprovisioned rapidly and dynamically almost anywhere you could throw an x86 instruction set at it.
Yeah,
so good question, but yeah, it sounds like no. This will just turn off the environment because they also had a reasonable suspicion they would be coming back to these places. This was also a fun one. Like, so what regions are you in? Like, oh, we're in every availability zone. Like, and I start to frame like, I can tell you're about to ask if I'm an idiot. No, we are in every AZ. Like, okay, good. Now we can have that conversation. They were not arbitrarily turning accounts off, just the expensive things inside the accounts.
Good stuff. I think that has to be something to be really seen, like how that amount of money goes from one provider to the other, definitely. And the other one, the last one is any idea on the different hierarchy steps on AWS side, starting from AM to BP or XF, if you want to negotiate and escalate in order to implicate your exes, especially in a major deal? So how that the escalation process happens in a negotiation? Maybe that's the summary of the question.
One of the biggest things I see companies doing wrong is that they do not get their ducks in a row internally. You need to have a single track person that talks to AWS and represents the deal. If people start side channeling and back channeling around them, and AWS will try that, all roads need to point back to that individual person, because otherwise you're going to find that everything goes completely sideways. AWS has clear structures of responsibilities for this. Account managers often will say you're negotiating with them. By the time you are speaking with SCE, that is not true anymore. Maybe they're the one presenting things to you, but it is SCE driven. And I just have to say, I love that team. They are fun folks to work with, fun folks to hang out with. This is not me. It's not the adversarial relationship you would often think.
Good deal. So that was the last one, Corey, and we are right on time. So thanks for the talk. I think it was very insightful, and thanks for
Of course, you know where to find me. I'll be hanging out in the chat if people want to ask me more things, and I'll do my best to respond without too much sarcasm.
Good stuff. Make your best guess. And yeah, let's continue with the panel that we are going to have right now with Shannon, Frank, and Dieter about business. FinOps 2.0 on business. So let's go and start. Hey Frank, you've been here for the full event, right?
Part, but it's fun because I see that my FinOps weekly is inverted.
Sorry. You also forgot to do the survey. I need my 10 points.
Yeah. That's a good one. Thanks for reminding me. You can vote right now before we transition to the next call.
Oh, come on. I was trying to hijack that. That was obvious.
I really forget. I forget the first one, and then Corey's one. I don't forget too much for having my memory. So thanks guys for being here. Welcome Shannon to the event. Welcome Dieter and Frank. So let me move it over here.
You need to turn on my video, please.
Let me request to you, and that should be. Now you can, right?
Can you see the writing at the top?
It's fine. Correctly? It's only on your side.
Yeah, it's only on your side. Yep, it's only on your side.
Yeah, it's only there. It always it happened to be in a previous webinar, and it was like, yeah, I think it looks fine, and people were like, yeah, no, but it's like. Then we discovered that it's only for the speaker, which is make it more confusing even.
Yeah.
So thanks everyone for being here. We are going to talk about FinOps 2.0, about the business impact and all of that. So. Maybe a run of presentations to everyone that we're going to have in the panel. So maybe, Frank, you can introduce yourself before we can start.
Okay, so I'm Frank Contrepois. Usually I'm recognized by the red glasses. I don't have all the beautiful hair and clothes style of Corey. So you just look at that. If you see my French accent, I want to talk to you. I've been in FinOps for ages. I used to do like Corey negotiate PPAs, rate optimization, all that stuff. Now I've decided to focus on context is everything and try to find ways to make FinOps specific to the person, not even the company asking the question. And that's me. Happy to chat anytime.
Thanks for that. Maybe we'll go with Shannon. Sound, how are you?
Sure.
Pleasure to have you.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm Shannon Eldridge-Kuehn. I'm based out of Chicago in the US. I work for a company called Ahead. I'm a principal there, focused pretty heavily on cloud, platform engineering, and FinOps. So prior to, I was at Microsoft. They don't focus on FinOps, but they want you to kind of spend more money, just like AWS. So it's been nice to kind of come back into the community and find this awesome community to be a part of, learn a lot, collaborate as part of it. So that's a little bit about me.
Yeah, and also thanks for sharing your knowledge in your blog site for
Sure.
Azure specifically.
Sure.
And you should follow that. It's been featured a couple of times in the newsletter. And finally, last but not least, Dieter, how are you?
Doing great. Thanks so much. I have been working in cloud financial management since 2013 at companies like Google, Netflix, Intuit, and most recently Roku. I'm also one of the FinOps ambassadors.
Good stuff. We have been talking with Dieter in some previous podcasts as well. So, we have 3 all-stars of FinOps over here. And I'm going to start with you, Dieter, for a question that maybe people can take advantage of right away, is that automation. So in your experience, or in your experience in FinOps, what has been the automation that you have seen or put in place that has made the most business impact in your company?
For us, it was forecasting, because we looked for third-party vendors, and there was really nothing available in the industry that met our requirements. And we deemed that, or we decided that forecasting is sufficiently core to our business, where we decided to build that in-house.
Good stuff. Yeah, forecasting, I think, for me, or from my experience, one of the most difficult ones to do it properly and to make it align. So definitely, if you have automation, ML, all that stuff put in place, definitely takes a good advantage, especially if you are a large company. So we're going to do a roundup for this one. So on your side, Frank, what has been the automation or the thing that has made the most impact?
Oh, wow. Well, the automation, I say it's quite recent, the one I've discovered that is most recent. So I've been working recently with Cloud Custodian Stacklet, and that was part of the thing, is to, as I say, I'm related to context, and the idea of being able to decide that you are going to apply different policies if your company is hypergrowth startup printing everything on AI, or if you are selling shares and you really don't give a crap and IT is just a necessary evil, and that they are very not the same. So that for me was the automation, is the fact of being able to choose what you're going to automate and which order, in which priority, depending on the time. So yeah, that's me.
That's a good one. Yeah, definitely. The cloud custodian has been like a name that I have heard a lot, especially related to card rates and automation on that side.
Yes.
So I assume that's a good impact to that. And yeah, so finally, Shannon, on your experience, what has been the automation that has changed the business in your side?
So it's probably a little bit of cloud custodian rules as well as Python. Unfortunately, all of the tools that are out there, there's no commonality, so you may have to start to stitch it together. And the great way to do it in a very quick fashion has been Python for our teams. And so we've done things like, as soon as a brand new application ID shows up, there's a corresponding budget and a forecast that gets set up with the anomaly detection engine, right? And we've used a lot of tools over the course of supporting our customers. So Cloud Checker, Harness Cloud Cost Management. We've used a little bit of Cloud Zero. We've got familiarity now with Cloudability. We just try to help customers out wherever they are. And sometimes our customers come to us with tooling. So we have to figure out what we can sprinkle on top to sort through some of the automation. So I'd say probably Python is first. Cloud Custodian, we're still evolving what we want to do, but it's very much so right there.
Good stuff. So yeah, I think automation in general, like scripting of any kind, can help you, and especially I would mention, if I would say, is the policies, so cloud custodians or anything that applies on Kubernetes level, like Rego or the Kubernetes ones, and also anything that you can apply as a provider on Terraform. I would definitely recommend people to leverage those.
We even go so far as to maybe use like config rules or Azure policy too, if that's helpful. It's not helpful in every single avenue, but we have quite a bit that we've saved over the course of supporting our customers. So I wanted to mention that too. Just thinking about that. Sorry, I thought Shaprai said that when you asked.
Definitely. And Shannon, about what you mentioned, you mentioned a couple of tools, but I want to know more about FinOps for the business. So
sure,
which specific areas for the business or for the FinOps is like reporting or cleaning or the guardrails? What areas have seen that have made the most impact to the business? Not the automation like technology itself, but which areas being automated have had the most impact?
Sure. So one of our customers, we're working with a large global development base. Gone is the notion of centralized IT, so 3,000 global developers. We needed to create a way for them to embrace FinOps. They don't really care, unfortunately, and the only way to really do it is if you can use automation. So back to my example of Python, as soon as a brand new application ID showed up, a corresponding visualization was created so that the next day, if the developer needed to log in, take a look at the forecast, the run rate, et cetera, the recommendations, all of that was automatically done for them. So that was one thing that we did related to automation. Some of the areas that we've also helped out with are things like unit economics, right? Cost per contractor. A lot of my customers are going through heavy M&A activity, whether they're being acquired or purchasing. Just depends upon the customer we're working with. And so oftentimes they bring on consultants to sort of sort through the nuance side of that, right? So they want to sort through what it costs to bring a consultant in. A lot of times they're on a VDI instance or on, AWS Workspaces, Azure AVD. Oof. It's been a long day so far. So, but those are just seen as one resource, and it's very tricky because it's compute, networking, and storage plus the VDI instance. And so they may want to start to figure out what that run rate looks like with storage and networking. And so we've done, and even licensing costs too. So those are some of the things that we've seen become important as customers think through kind of that next evolutionary step of what FinOps becomes. Because I think these days it has to be more than just saving money.
Definitely, for sure. I don't know, Frank, if you have comments on the areas that you have seen most impact or the related to the context that you have seen in the company that has changed the way that it impacted in terms of FinOps.
Yes, talk to humans. That's for me is the main thing. I think Shannon said very well, but with the automation, I like also there was a previous talk also that was talking about, you need to present yourself, introduce yourself. That's something that I've seen having lots of impact, is that they know you create that credibility, you hire to help in some form or way. And at that point, it helps. If you have red glasses, even better.
Definitely, it makes you more noticeable for sure on the long distance, definitely. So yeah, and I wanted to round up about that. So we have talked about areas that have a lot of impact. We have talked about tools. So Dieter, to bring it down to earth a bit, what are the the unit economics or the KPIs, the measures that you have seen more useful that can be applied to most companies? We know that the KPIs are very specific to business level or the business type, but in your case, what have seen that works the best in this term?
Yeah, so there are technical KPIs that are a little bit easier to achieve. Things like cost per vCPU hour, cost per gigabyte stored, right? Because this data is essentially in the cloud, right? So, and it's available at a hourly granularity at the minimum, right? And so these KPIs should then track over time downwards as the engineers choose cheaper options in the cloud. When it comes to business KPIs, it is important things like cost per tax form filled out, cost per streaming hour, right? The cost portion you have in the cloud on an hourly granularity, right? But the business portion, how many tax forms were filled out or how many streaming hours were served, that information has to be provided by the business in a fairly mature way, right? Which means some automation is required. If that business KPI is tracked in multiple spreadsheets and it's sort of a mess, right? Then you may be able to do that like every quarter or something like that, retroactively, right? For the past 3 months, this is how the KPI looked like. If the maturity is relatively high for the business KPI, you can marry the two and can report that maybe on a daily basis, right? And so ideally, these KPIs, then leadership sets a goal, right? Either cost per streaming hour should not exceed a certain growth factor, something like that.
Definitely. I think that what brings the unit economics is the qualification of the spend. So we are talking like the initial talk is always like we need to save costs, but afterwards it's like you need to relate it to business, and that's what I think that was my my eureka moment or my aha moment about FinOps, is that once you link those, then that's it. Like you have it figured. Yeah, you need to build over that, and you need to construct from that topic. So diving on a bit on that one, Frank, we have seen from going to cost savings, like, we need to cost. So we are now moving to like business value. So we are relating the business value to the ethics. What do you think is the team or the FinOps team can make a justification of certain expense? What are the strategy to present certain expense to leadership and to say like this is justified, no need to cut in certain scenarios? How do you envision that conversation happening?
So that's interesting. So if you remember, I think with Stephen Alter, so we have the podcast together, we're co-hosts on the podcast, and we did ages ago, we did a keynote together, and it was about the language. And one of the things that was coming out, I think what is important is that if you listen to the FinOps people, and we live in our bubble, let's be very clear there, guys, I think. We live in our bubble, and we say that, oh yeah, they don't understand, either the engineers, they don't understand FinOps, or we have the executive which are struggling with FinOps. But the overall thing is that, or even finance needs to learn more about cloud, and you end up and you say, look, money has been there around for 5,000 years. So guaranteed, they have a word for it. Okay, and I still remember when I went with at the time, a CEO to a CFO, and the CFO was saying, I don't understand that they're talking to me about all this kind of stuff, which is related to RI, savings, it's complicated. And we explained to say, hey, it's a forward buying contract with an embedded put option at 12% out of the money. That's the definition of an RI that you can sell on the marketplace. That was done. The guy said, oh yeah, I know what to do with that. That's easy. And we need as FinOps practitioners to start seriously learning the language of the other bits, okay? And that's something I still feel is missing. It goes back to the human thing. I really believe that and it's on our effort. We are a connection with all the different aspects. And we might need to do training instead of presenting others with, oh, you should do the free training from AWS, or from Azure, or from Google. It's more about, look, let me do training on finance and procurement and talk to you about it and tell you how my job impacts yours.
The one thing I was just going to talk about really quickly, one of the things we do with our customers is we hold office hours, and we'll help them with visibility into applications, what they're costing, et cetera. And we'll start to send out notifications. And we'll send out the notifications in a way where we'll say something like, if you want to meet with us and understand more about what we're asking for, join our office hours. We hold them Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or whatever it is, right? Because we do service customers that are very, very large, medium-sized, and small. So you can imagine the small customers, maybe it's once or twice a month. But still, it's a cultural shift, and you have to make sure everybody understands it. If it's just technical, you're going to have all of the optimization. You're going to lose all the business context. And if it's just business context, nobody's going to optimize. So there's this interesting opportunity for us as practitioners to be that glue.
Yeah, and just say, I used to do a training for AWS, which was how to speak to a CFO. And it was very funny because you could see that people were surprised. I said, oh, that's how they think. So yes, CFO, they care, but you've removed all the power for them, all the control. So yeah, they don't like you by design, but they like you if you explain.
Right. And there's a level of, do they need to know everything to the deepest level? Probably not. So it's let's pick the high points and make sure we don't lose the audience.
Definitely, and I think also what you mentioned is like taking into the right language to the certain people. Like you have to talk engineers one way, to talk finance to different way, because they as Frank said, they don't understand it, and that's it. Like they don't need to understand like what is an M2A instance in AWS. They really don't care about it. They care about how much it will cost and how and what are the terms to pay it. So you need to adapt, and this is a bit of the complexity that the FinOps has, is that it has a lot of different languages and a lot of ways to, let's say, reflect the same information, and the same information needs to be translated in a way to one people and presented in a different way in another people. As Frank talking about the context, is that all of this needs to be different, needs to be digested different. The terms are not the same. Like an engineer may not care about an RI being there or not because the instance will work, but a CFO will care a lot about how much that will impact the difference. So the complexity, especially in big environments, of course, and big companies, presentations, clear information, and try to adapt and try to learn. From all the perspective, it makes it more dynamic, makes it more complex. But that's why we are FinOps to take some risk on that one. So moving on to a different aspect is that so we go back to unit economics, and I want to talk about the real implementation. So we talked about certain unit economics that are relevant that you can measure, but for real products that maybe if someone can step up here is, what have you seen it works the best to really measure the unit economics? So we know that it's difficult to get the cost, or we can get the cost, but then how do we translate to the real business impact? Not in theory, but in practice. What have you seen as a strategy that works over here?
So going back to my earlier comment, kind of like cost per contractor, cost per API, cost per transaction, active users per tenant, those types of things, because we're now seeing access to so much more data than we ever had before. And it's now a variable model. It's subscription based. So we get asked to help out with seasonal employees like those consultants, or seasonal activities, meaning end of year processes. And so our team is getting to that level of FinOps maturity with our customer base.
Frank, you were to add on that?
Yeah, well, the best, it's mostly an example. It's a nice story on my story treasure chest, and it was during COVID was working. So one thing that you need to know is when you talk with researchers, so the researchers that were working on COVID, is you cannot put, in my case again, an RI that's going to be shared, because that's illegal. That's cross-sharing. You're sponsoring someone else's research. It's totally legal. It gets all of a mess. So we built another layer, which was roughly, we're going to do it as a for everyone and give a discount to everyone. But what is the really interesting thing, and I'm bringing it back to unit economics, is that the unit economics we had as a result was the number of days that research could continue above what it would have been normally. And that was, for me, was something which was incredible. And I know that in the UK, there was Dimitris was doing that in the tax environment, which was he was presenting to his engineers. They would say, yeah, you've saved the tax of one family. Well done, you. Or everything was reported back to a unit economic that was making sense to everyone. So it's not the unit economic as we usually sense it, but I think it's an important one that when you start putting the dollars connecting something you can grasp, you can understand, and you can see potentially on yourself the impact, that's where it counts. On a slightly smaller, I've been working exactly on this. I was about to work for potentially a big company, and the politics were just hopeful. So I said, I just need access to curve file. And as Shannon was saying, lots of SQL mesh and Python behind the scene. The idea is I've done something that I can put plugins, and it's going to just take the curve file and do all the query from the curve library, or all the unit economics you can think about. And so I have tons of stuff, and that helps you, even without access to the tools and all the stuff, to get something that you can present back. Because in the first 2 weeks, if you just started a contract, you better provide value, and you have zero access, absolutely no chance. At least in my world.
No, for sure. I think mostly everyone don't have access on that one. But I think like what you said about relating it to, you save some money to the taxpayers, it would be really, really helpful for the people working over there to, illustrate what they have just done. And wanted to evolve on the unit economics to a more maturity level. So we have talked about FinOps 2.0, so more business related. So to do some more business related topics, we have evolved from a crawl stage to something that is more important. So maybe I want to get your insights on this, which is Dieter. Maybe can you share us from your experiences? You have worked in multiple companies. What do you see is the biggest differentiator, or the biggest lever or trigger that you can have as a company to be a mature one? So what do you see that this is whenever you start doing this, then things are going in a mature way on FinOps?
I see that primarily as a mindset, right? How is FinOps viewed at your organization? Is it something that is nice to have, or there's something that you really want to be good at, right? And that will be a differentiating factor. You can do a FinOps maturity assessment. The FinOps Foundation has a spreadsheet that you can download for free, where all the 22 capabilities are listed, and you can set what your ideal target wants to be, because you don't have to be at the highest maturity rate at every capability, right? So you set a target and then you set your actuals. And that will give you an idea of where you are. And if there's a huge gap that you want to bridge between where you are and where you want to be, you need to build a roadmap, right? And the roadmap has to have activities that incrementally help you to improve your maturity. You don't have to go from zero to everything in one step, right? But make step-by-step adjustments. And then how often do you reassess your FinOps maturity? Is it once a year? Is it once a quarter? Or we use simply an online spreadsheet that everyone has access to, and they can make suggestions of maybe increasing or decreasing a target, or increasing or decreasing an actual, right? And then people can have conversations, comment, and provide feedback around that. So it's, in a sense, it's self-service, and I like self-service. That's always a good idea. And it's also in near real time.
Yeah, I think that's a very good proposition about everyone giving their opinion, and because you can get some perspectives that are not different from what the standard would be, that someone has like a one for the company. Like if someone else from the company considers differently, then you can start at sharing some other perspectives. So definitely something to value. And I don't know, maybe Frank, what have you seen, that's different from that makes see you as a mature company in FinOps? What do you think is the trigger that they are on the roll?
Okay, so we're going to data approach also. I remember I used to work with COBIT, which is a framework for IT strategy, COBIT 4. They had a really good documentation where you add English sentences that would allow everyone to understand where your maturity was for a certain thing. I think we're kind of missing that at the moment, which is that easy to understand. But going back to you, I think this is one of the places, this maturity where I want to go, where we don't have enough data, which is absolutely amazing, because we're overwhelmed with data, with millisecond almost sometimes, or seconds, just crazy. But on this, we do not have market data. So when I was doing this COBIT auditing ages ago, the thing was the customer wanting to know, where are my competitors? And that was the line. You see, if I'm spending more than my competitors on that stuff on IT, and I do chairs, I do sofas, I really don't want to spend more, then I am overspending in IT. I just need to be slightly more efficient than the others, and possibly on the color of my sofas, and not on the IT bit. So I think what we're missing is that, and it might exist, but it is that in my vertical, in my level of spend, where I am, and I've been trying to work, by the way, this is a brilliant business model that Bloomberg and Thomson Reuters are doing. Give me the money for free, I sell it back to you anonymized. Absolutely amazing. But the idea is that, yeah, there is missing something here for you to very easily map where you want to be, because, yeah, it's competitive usually. I'm done.
Thanks for sharing that. Shannon, do you have an experience on that one, on what sets the maturity level apart from your experience?
Sure. I think it goes back to what I originally told you when you were asking for ideas. I think a lot of customers get so fixated on saving that they're not figuring out the ways to sort of evolve, right? So automating anomaly detection, continuous forecasting, automatic budgets, right? Building out the reporting that you need without having to go and spin it up yourself. Having maybe a roadmap, right? You've got a new team that's coming on. They need to sort of understand what FinOps is, because again, I think Well, actually, sorry, I didn't actually say this. I said this earlier today, but it's been, again, a long day. I think a lot of customers forget the fact that there still could be this notion of a central team. I think a FinOps team that should be central, and then you just find your FinOps champions and you gamify that throughout the org. But I think it's one of those things where if you keep that competencies in a central team, you've got the technical capabilities, the financial capabilities of understanding how to map that to technical capabilities, and you can start to really drive the right KPIs holistically, right? So, if you're keeping track of P&L, if you're trying to, build out forecasting better, I think that's the hardest part. And if you just need to get your finance folks understanding the notion of CapEx CapEx to OpEx. And so I still think there's a lot of question marks. And so I think a mature organization would be looking at a centralized FinOps team that's cross-pollinated, meaning it's not just technical, it's not just finance. Maybe it's modern day DevOps, right? We always said we wanted DevOps and it kind of turned into platform engineering, but maybe that's what it becomes, right? It's this interesting intersection that's a cross-pollinated team.
Yeah, definitely. We don't have to forget that it's the FinOps is finance plus DevOps, so it has to have some DevOps part.
Correct.
Frank, you were to say?
I want to add something on Shannon's thing, which is very interesting. Which is a problem that I've heard about by multiple FinOps people is we are a mix of lots of things. We know how to speak with lots of people, which means that we don't have a career path after FinOps. And so you say, I want to go higher, and I say, where will you go? Do you go to procurement? Are you going back to engineer? And I've heard, and I'm not going to say, it's people saying that there is some sort of, it's unclear where you go, where you could progress next. So you might end up with having people doing FinOps for longer than usually people stay in a role in their industry. You have promotion every 4 years. You have some people, I've been there for 6 years. Now, some of them really successful in expanding horizontally, but the going up, I feel, is sometimes blocked.
Maybe it's an aspiration to start out and find a way to get to director of FinOps. They are starting to show up. I don't know if you've seen this on LinkedIn or wherever you look at job openings. I'm starting to see more and more director of FinOps roles, right? And so maybe that means at some point there will be a vice president of FinOps, right? Like, who knows? This is an interesting space. It's evolved very quickly, and these evolutionary steps of the whole notion of what FinOps has become. It'll be interesting to see where it is in 2 to 3, maybe even 5 years from now.
I think the scope that is expanding the FinOps Plus, it will help that, because all of a sudden you have a remit that requires you to have more people.
Very much
under
so.
you. And so a hammer on the glass ceiling was brilliant. From the top, even better.
We're the ones breaking it down, right, Frank?
Definitely. It has to be some pioneer, so everyone has to, sometimes it has to be a first one. And I do believe, like what you both said about the FinOps Plus, I think with more areas and more responsibility, will take more organizational structure on FinOps. And we get away from the cloud, so you are limited to the CCOE or to any IT level. And now you are bringing other people, you are bringing procurement, you are bringing licensing, which normally it's a bit far away to a different unit. So you are getting into some level that makes like probably big companies like a lot, which is like making a lot of things in the same place, in the same team. It's like, yeah, you do this and this is fine, and you have a director over there, and she or he will figure it out, and a lot of responsibility over there. And one interesting question has been on the chat, because I want to get your experiences, is what is your suggestion for startups where FinOps is still not known within the company? How do you approach FinOps in the startup world if there is no that? Dieter?
For a startup, depending on your size, right? Because sometimes startups are like 5 people or 50 people. But someone should do a little bit of FinOps as a part-time job, Get started like that. Focus on the biggest and lowest hanging fruit. If you have compute, maybe you can buy some savings plans. The compute shape may change over time, but the high watermark of your compute may not go down, right? So focus on those things. And when it comes to anomalies, those kind of stuff, maybe looking at that like, once or twice a week is sufficient, because people are still doing new innovation, right? And it's normal that new workloads may pop up or disappear.
Yeah, definitely. Those are very good advices. I don't know, Frank, if you have experiences from dealing with the startup costs. What have you been your insights on that?
Yeah, mine, and it was a crash course, but that's another problem. But as you just said, there are startups which are 5 people or 1, and you have startups which are 300. But the main thing I think is different. If you're in hypergrowth, really don't care. The only thing you should take from FinOps, which is the right thing, is reporting. Report back, because that's what shareholders are going to ask. That's what new investors are going to ask. Just show the value of cloud. But yeah, you're bringing 10,000 customers a day. Just focus on that. Serve these customers, ignore the rest, and get more money in the future. That's roughly the point. If you are a startup which is selling so far, that we were selling before, and you have an innovative color, yes, absolutely, do FinOps from the beginning. As soon as IT is a necessary evil, FinOps is definitely going to be a requirement, because if you are, and the way I see it is that if you are in a tech company, you're going to have usually high margins, which means the CTO will have more power than the CFO. Then you're good to go. Just do tech. If you are in a low margin business, the CFO will have way more power than the CTO. And at that point, you need to be checking every single penny. And that's where all the things we do in FinOps will come to in some way. Oh, but you really focus on that cost saving bit much more than the reporting bit. If you're growing, if you're CTO driven, do reporting.
Definitely. I would say that also, especially with the AI. So if you are an AI startup, you need to do FinOps for AI like as soon as you can. Because if you hit the hockey stick curve, it could be good for your business, but it also could be a lot of spend. And we have seen a lot of companies of that type of struggle with the cost of usage, because they haven't considered it. Like, what happens if I do a subscription and I have a consumption-based model as a cost? That difference, how do I leverage that? How do I compensate for that? And we have seen like AWS, Cloud, Code, and all of these big companies making that mistake, even though they are like, creating this, so it doesn't make any sense. So you need to leverage that, especially if you have a SaaS company related to AI.
We are still on the free ride, and no one is paying for the right amount of money for AI. So absolutely brilliant. I'm using it every day. I'm super happy about this. I'm happy that it's their money. The day we're going to come to recognition, I hope the price will have dropped dramatically and technology will go very high, because I will not be able to pay probably.
I think I keep joking we've got to use AI to figure out AI, because I feel like that's the only way this is going to get cheaper and more accessible. Now it's more accessible now than it's ever been, but I think it could be even more accessible, I'd argue.
Yeah, I would say. And also there is the problem we have discussed in previous session and webinars, is that the amount of things that you need to have into account, like the prompt engineering, the caching, the inference, there is the difference between training and consuming. And then of course you have the multiple providers, so you have a lot of providers, a lot of ways to consume it, a lot of areas that are consuming that. Is not that you can have it centralized in a, this team is consuming AI. It's not like your org is consuming AI, because if you have things like, Copilot, Klein, all these tools that the developers can use, it's, it's everywhere, and it's difficult to control something that is basically everywhere. Good stuff. So I wanted to, close a bit, because we are almost on time. I don't know if there is another question. There are sharing about experiences with cloud custodian. I think, Frank, you replied to.
I've said I'm happy to chat. I'm happy to guide you to the right people, etc. So that's absolutely no problem. And I had something obviously to say about AI, which I forgot. You're lucky you, Lisa.
Definitely. So it's something that is interesting. And what I wanted to bring up is what Frank said about the difference between the business models. So you need to be aware about what your business is and what you are working for. If you have it's not the same to have a low margin when each cost or each operational cost, if it makes a lot of difference, like it exponentially changes what a summary is. When you have a high margin, you can, especially you'll probably have a business that is more experimental, you can play a lot with R&D and you have more margin. But if you are working on, more traditional business that has lower margins, that, for example, I would say transports and logistics, they play on the thin margin, or supermarkets, they play on the super thin margin. So any difference that you can make there on volume impacts a lot. So definitely on those business, I think it's way more important to go to the detail to become like the best of the best, because there will be slight changes that on volume it will break like the bill in half, and then that's it. You have saved your company a lot of money. So
I think
yeah,
there is but there are I think the definition, you can search it online, I don't remember the term, but there are three types of company. One is it's customer, your customer, you work with your customer, you're intimate almost with your customer. The other one is operational excellence. That's the Ryanair of this world. It is, I don't care about the customer, I give them the cheap thing, full stop. They are going to come. And there is another one in between, which I don't remember at the moment, but it's really, I'm writing an article about it. That's why I remember. That's the only reason. But yeah.
Well, it's a good one. It's a good one. And I think that, as FinOps, for me, it's because it allows you to relate a lot of the IT things coming me from the IT part to business. And, you start to understand business. And that's a super valuable skill that I think FinOps gives, is that you start to understand, coming from the technical side, or maybe finance would happen, even you start to understand the business, how it works, how it impacts, how, the things that you do normally, engineers sometimes are a bit disconnected to what the business is doing. And I think if you're a FinOps engineer, you're like super connected to the business, and you start to understand, and you start to understand your company, how it works, the different actors, the finance part, the procurement part, which are making the money. So definitely leverage that as of learning for your FinOps career. Okay, so I think that's all. Yeah, we're super right on time. Thanks, Shannon, Frank, and Dieter for being here. I'm going to start the voting, because if not, I will forget, because it's been already a long day. So I hope you enjoyed the conversation. I really do have enjoyed it. It's a pleasure to
I
have you
can't
all
vote
here.
for myself, which is
I know.
terrible.
I was just going to give you a hard time, Victor. I cannot vote for myself.
I'm not sure like why it happens. I'm going to check it for tomorrow, because
That's pretty funny. That's actually pretty funny.
Okay.
I mean, I appreciate the fact that I can't be biased, but oh my gosh, I was like, perfect, I'll vote 10. I'm like, I can't vote anything. And then the red at the bottom said, the host and panelist cannot vote.
But can you imagine? It was the same before for other sessions. I was not authorized to vote.
I am.
Victor, I need a sneaky one to be able to vote for others, and then come back for mine and not being able to vote for them.
I have to say that I have seen this configuration somewhere, but I don't remember where, and I have been live for 5 hours or something.
Fine.
But I know that for tomorrow I will fix it. I need to fix it.
Have some sleep. My recommendation: ignore that and sleep.
Sleep isn't overrated. It's probably not prioritized enough.
Definitely. I'm going to take some good sleep after the event, and a good meal, by the way. So thanks a lot. I love to talk with you people. It's always a pleasure to have your insights. And we are going to go with the last session, but not least of today. We have Goutham from Microsoft. So Goutham, whenever you are ready, pleasure to have you, and thanks everybody for being here today.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you for having us.
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Awesome.
How are you,
Yeah, Thank you, and so I'm so glad to be here. So I thoroughly enjoyed the previous session with Frank, Shannon, and then the other moderator. But yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't actually find an option to vote as well because I'm part of the presenting team maybe. But I would like to actually give a 10 out of 10 there. That said, it was a great session. So let me actually share my screen and then kick off my session too. Do you all just give me 1 second. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, we can see.
So yeah, coming to myself, my name is Goutham Bandapati. I'm a senior cloud and AI architect at Microsoft. So today we have discussed a lot of great things, best practices in FinOps, right? Now, what I want to do is I actually wanted to add a little more color or a different angle to FinOps and then add resiliency into that and discuss about how we balance the trade-offs. So, I mean, as we all experienced the recent AWS outage, the internet outage basically, and then we had similar outages in the past, like CrowdStrike or other things. So, how do we like balance costs and then everything else basically? So one thing what I want to touch is FinOps is basically it's a discipline, right? As I actually, in my role, I talk a lot about cloud resiliency. And as a FinOps practitioner, I talk about the cost optimization stuff too. And then I talk to like mid-level, small and large enterprises on day-to-day basis. One thing that strikes me, like whenever I talk about FinOps, the cost is the only thing that actually comes into everyone, like cost of savings. Cost optimization is the only thing that actually comes into picture. So that, this effort today is to add like more color on how to actually balance everything along with managing the cost. See, cost savings should be the byproduct of FinOps practices. It should not be the only goal. So that is something that we should all, as practitioners too, as advocates, we should let our teams and organizations even understand that. So again, focusing on the greater visibility on what FinOps, the practices provide, the operational reliability, the business agility, and how we like align everything together. So along with this, I actually wanted to address one of the critical concern that we have in the industry as well. So before that, one thing what I want to touch is now we need to have this clear understanding of the trade-offs between how we balance our costs, like how we, again, when we talk about FinOps or when we even discuss about all these things, like how we balance, understand the trade-offs between the costs and reliability, and even to the matter like security or performance. See, as FinOps practitioners or advocates, we all understand and we all like talk to our customers, organizations, that cost consideration should always be part of the design, right? These are not after the thought, but along with that, in the same way, like your security considerations or security discussions and reliability discussions, they should all have the seat at the same table. Only then we can actually build that reliable and cost efficient and the right platform or the right solution. So for that, the core things that one need to understand, and I actually liked the statement that Frank mentioned, or it might be Shannon, about FinOps Plus. It's not just this thing. We need to enhance our capabilities or add more things into that. It's like understanding the SLAs, the service level agreements, the RTO, the recovery time objectives, the recovery point objectives for the solution. Like what exactly we are developing, and then how that the definition of risk that is created, like what defining the risk, like what is the acceptance criteria, and then balance like this solution with cost. Like coming up with, once we have all that in place, okay, then how can we add all that in place and then optimize it with cost? So, and then one of the most important thing that needs to be considered when we are having this financial discussions is tiering of applications based on their criticality. So, we have seen enough number of outages in the industry, and these are inevitable. We can't just stop them. So the most important thing as a FinOps practitioner, as a FinOps advocate, that we need to understand is what is the cost of downtime? So if my solution goes down, what am I losing in general? What is the impact? Is that like monetary? Is that a reputation thing? Is that like whatever? So understanding that monetary, I mean, understanding that cost of downtime is very critical, and it actually justifies like higher spending for greater reliability or for greater security. At the end of the day, not every application should be treated in the same way, and that too, mission critical applications definitely needs a better strategy. And I actually will talk about a tiering strategy later. Later, but that said, now I want to address one of the critical concern that we have in the industry too. This is actually raising. Before that, just want to talk about this. I mean, going to flashback 2017, 2018, or maybe even before that, where we had this pay-as-you-go hype. I mean, this was a revolution in the IT, right? Like every IT exec liked this idea. I mean, they loved this idea. No capital expense, unlimited capacity. I mean, when we are talking about going to cloud, unlimited capacity, focus on the agility and focus on the core priorities. That was all good. And then everyone loved this idea, started moving into cloud. But then fast forward to 2024, 2025, when we see a lot and lots of customers moving into cloud, or lots and lots of organizations moving into cloud, and then lots of investments made in the cloud, organizations slowly started realizing that there is a crack in this model, or is that a crack in the cloud even? I mean, one of the standard FinOps practice that we follow is like optimize and like right size your resources, optimize them, shut down when idle, those kind of scenarios, right? So now one of the core thing is like, okay, you try to bring down your systems. That's cool. That's one of the standard practices. And then when you try to bring them back online, there are reports that you get there is no capacity available in the cloud. So what does that mean? Does this contradict with what we all does it contradict with the primary reason that why we are in cloud? That cloud has infinite capacity, right? So that is one of the critical understanding that or realization that someone needs to understand is at the end of the day, it is someone else's data center. I mean, this is the common challenge with all the clouds like AWS, Azure, or GCP. Basically, the core thing here that I'm trying to say is capacity is finite. And then several organizations are actually facing, in practicing FinOps, they're actually struggling with this one. And it is actually contradicting. So do we actually have a solution for that? Definitely. So cloud, I mean, all hyperscalers, all cloud providers provide this concept, which is capacity reservations. The common thing when I start discussing about this, the question that I get is, oh, forget about that. We already have reserved instances, so I think we are good. So this is different from the reserved instances. So on-demand capacity reservations, or in general capacity reservations, these actually allow organizations to secure resources for a flexible terms. I mean, again, these are unlike the reserved instances or savings plan. You don't actually have to reserve it for a 1 year, 3 year, 5 year period. Basically, all what you're doing here is you are reserving the capacity that is required to run your workloads. So is this a strategy that is needed for everything? Maybe not, but this is definitely required for applications which cannot withstand any outages, or which cannot actually fall into the trap of the capacity issues. So as we just looked into the mission critical applications, at the end of the day, if something can't actually tolerate any downtime, then that is where you need to actually consider this new construct or new concept in cloud, where you can secure that capacity. And this is a difference between reserved instances and capacity. I mean, reserved instances in general, we all understand that, right? It is like getting a 1 year or 3 year commitment, primarily focused on the discounts, whereas the on-demand capacity reservations are again very specific to the capacity. So at the end, the primary goal of this is like you can actually so by getting capacity reservations, basically you're paying for the capacity for the entirety of it. But the good thing is you can always top it with reserved instances or committed savings plans or these kind of things to get the cost benefit, but at the same time even achieving the capacity reservations or securing that capacity, which this combo can actually the capacity reservations and reserved instances need not be in silo. They can actually be combined together to get that resiliency and also the cost benefit, which is again true FinOps. And the other important thing is the smart architectural practices. So when we talk about, or when we start designing any application, right, at the end of the day, the core things that we discussed, what are the RTOs, RPOs, the SLAs, and what is the criticality of the application? And then based on that, use the right strategy. Okay, is auto scaling or scale sets like a good strategy, or is it statelessness, like maybe like Kubernetes kind of an environment? Do we have enough automation in place, like leveraging Spot? It all depends on how you tier your applications. Obviously, you can't actually bet on Spot VMs for mission critical applications. And the same way, each application or each environment should be treated in a different way, and then look or design or come up with that smart architectural choices. That's it. Now, the core of it is understanding that strategic balance. The challenge of not having capacity in the cloud, it's not cloud's failure. I mean, lots and lots of organizations are actually moving into cloud. So definitely there can be hiccups, but that said, there should be the reliable practices along with cost that should be in place to build that the best solution basically. So the one thing that I want to mention is you cannot maximize cost savings, availability, and flexibility all at once. If you can, that's really great. That is that is a state that we need to go for. But that is something that we all need to clearly understand, that there are trade-offs for that, and there should be the right weight given to the right things. And the solution is to design the right architecture for the right workload. That's it. Like each application can be targeted in a different way. So that is where the tiering strategy really helps with. So and each organization might have a different strategy, like tier 0, tier 1, whatever they actually want to put into that. But then when something is like really critical, which has like millions of dollars impact, even for like minutes or hours of outage, and can't withstand any if they are like intolerant, then they should consider like capacity reservations, where as said, this is like growing in the industry, and several organizations or several firms are facing this challenge. So now tier 0 applications should be treated in a different way, where you need to have all the right things, like on-demand capacity, like maybe your multi-region architecture, multi-zonal architecture, and all that. And this definitely justifies higher cost, and that should be completely fine. And as FinOps advocates, we need to promote that. The same thing goes for the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Okay, as this goes down in the list, obviously that might need not require a reliability, and that is where more cost practices or more cost savings or discounts, the automation that we have on the stage 3, on the optimize and operate side of things, can actually fall into that. So this is again a pure representation of how to treat the criticality and the cost side of things. So how this even impacts the business. Obviously, if it is a tier 0, and if it needs like a multi-region architecture, then it is considered as a hot environment, where you should not think about spinning up a second environment, and obviously that will have a higher cost, but that is justified. Like it's a multi-region active. But then for critical applications, might not be that mission critical tier 1 applications, it can be a hot warm phase, where it can be like, even though it is multi-region, maybe active passive strategies can actually work in that in scenario. And then like tier 2, tier 3, hot, cold, or sometimes like even some things which can actually purely depend on the archival, like backup and restores. Those things can actually work. So these are some of the practices that we as FinOps teams, or we as FinOps advocates, or FinOps plus advocates, we need to promote or ask these questions when our organizations are building solutions. We need to actually ask, like the primary question that we need to ask is, what is the cost of downtime? And then from there, the discussion should actually arise, and then the architecture should be built, and all these considerations should be taken into that. So at the end, by integrating all these financial insights with operational practice, like planning, FinOps supports sustained reliability along with the business continuity. So that's it. I mean, embracing FinOps as a strategic discipline empowers organizations to like balance reliability and at the same time cost effectively, and to that factor, like security through. So thoughtful architecture, capacity management, really critical these days, and financial strategies unlock the full potential of cloud investments. So yeah, that's all I have.
Thanks. Thanks, Goutham, for that. I think it was very interesting. Really, if you have any questions, please feel free to use the Q&A or use the chat, whatever you consider. Thanks for the content. As mentioned, all the recordings and everything will be shared with everyone attending. I will try to get all the slide decks, but that will probably take me a little bit more time. So the recordings will be first for sure. Then I'm going to start with the voting, so you can rate Goutham's presentation, and I'm going to share with you some giveaway that we are going to be doing for those ones, the strong ones that are lasting till the end of the event. So please let's vote, and then I will share the link with you guys. So Ernest asks about a question that you can say or not say. That is, how is FinOps at Microsoft? Is it part of engineering or is it part of finance? You can feel free to answer or decline answering because of whatever.
Yeah, I'll decline this one.
No problem. I totally get it. You can, unless you can reach out and maybe then you can have like a more private conversation around that.
I mean, so basically, I mean, I just want to say one thing. It is within Microsoft, right? FinOps is like embedded into every individual. So though maybe by not specifically by the name, but then like we all, right, internally we work and we all get our subscriptions and all that, right? So we work on that. Our subscriptions by default have all these cost policies in place that if I spin up something, it has to go down in the night, and that is done by default. So it's basically that practices are embedded into everyone's individual subscriptions as well, that we all follow that, and then that is how we practice things. But overall, this is like widely adopted, and we are part of the focus and FinOps Foundation and all that good stuff. So definitely, I mean, it is like tightly integrated within the ecosystem. Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying that. So I have shared with you on the chat a giveaway link. So that giveaway will bring you two courses. So we have two winners to get one of the courses that we have launched today on the platform of Learn FinOps Weekly. So you can participate on it right now. It will only be available for the people that is now on the on the meeting, because you are the ones that have access to the chat. So anyone can participate. It's worth 200 euros each of the courses, and there will be two winners that I'm going to announce in like maybe 10 minutes. I'm going to give you 5-10 minutes to join. So go ahead and participate because this is going to be unique to the ones that are available here. So I'm going to give a couple 5 minutes, and then I'm going to do the winners, and I'm not sure if I'm going to share because I don't want to expose anyone's personal data. So I will see what I can share. Maybe I can share a screenshot, and that's it for the names. So it's not super identifiable. So go ahead and register. I'm going to be watching it on the admin panel that I'm going to join. If you have any issues or problems, please let me know, by the way. I hope you don't have dashboard. Okay. Okay, I see 20 people already joining, so thanks for that. Let me see how I can. People even confirm, like you guys are crazy. I think like Sasha and Ricardo have been there for the whole event, which is crazy. Can you raise the hand, the ones that have been like for the beginning of the event? Please don't lie to me. I want to get some. Okay, I'm going to do a screenshot to that. Just so you know, I will do a gift. Yeah, Patrick has been there. I know. I trusted Patrick that it will be the whole event. I'm going to do a screenshot of that. Please keep it there. Okay. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Like lunch breaks and everything. You of course like. Thanks for that all day. Nobody is complaining about. It's like, oh yeah. There was I have to say on the breaks topic there was a lot of talks submitted and really quality content, and I want to give the opportunity to everyone. So I even as you know, I extended the duration to 2 days, 12 hours. And make it almost like, and even though we have some drop, it's a lot of content, so I understand it. So yeah, thanks for being here all day, and I hope you enjoy the content. Give me a good rate on it. When I visited Spain. I hope I could. It would be useful for me when that I can leave you some. I can buy you some beers or some wine if you want when you are over here. And of course, if anyone is in Spain, especially Madrid, you can let me know because I will be happy to meet you all. Gracias, Norberto. Yeah, it's a way to process the info. So definitely, I'm going to see if I can. Okay, so I'm going to end it. Hola Madrid, eso es. Sí, señor. Thanks, Tania. Good night to everyone. So, yeah, I think you had enough time to register on this. So I'm going to see if I can end it now, which is 10:40, 11. Okay, now it's ready to. Yeah, it's crazy that the credit is for you guys. Like I don't know how many people have stayed that long time, and I am making this because I love the idea and I organize everything. But you guys staying, it's super useful for me. So I'm going to stop the recording to avoid any issues with the giveaway, just in case. So I think we had enough